Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
What's up?
Good afternoon, everybody. We have Sam with us. We have Vern with us. Down for a nice little conversation here.
For sure.
Kay Stevenson, great to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, bro.
And as usual, you know, we're talking about issues related to Aguilar, and we decided it's been a year. It's been exactly a year. It hasn't even been over a year. I thought it was over a year, but fuck, it hasn't. It's only been just a year. It's about our anniversary, about when we stepped into Aguilar.
Yeah.
And lately here we've been doing some recapping on, you know, some old lies that have been told, and old situations that, you know. Go ahead.
Did we lie?
Oh, I don't think we lied. I don't think we lied. We came up with a lot of speculation, but that speculation came out to be true for the most part.
Oh.
I think the only thing that we didn't get a confirmation on was the Tinder date. I don't think we ever got a confirmation on the Tinder date.
Don't worry, there's plenty of fish in the sea.
We got confirmation on all this, though. Got confirmation on all that. Fucking Vernon, his harassment.
Damn him.
Damn you.
I'm telling you.
Sorry, guys.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it, Sam.
Thank you.
And Sam here, he's got a lot to talk about, man. He's had his own little incidences with Aguilar, and
he doesn't count. He doesn't count. He's not from Aguilar.
Oh, that's right. You don't live in Aguilar, Sam. You don't count. What the hell are you doing here, Sam?
I'm not, you know, I wake up and I'm not sure I'm really here. Even when I look in the mirror and see that mug, man, I'm like, is that really me? Am I really here? I mean, the mayor told me last Tuesday he didn't want to talk to me, and told me I didn't live here.
Huh.
I don't understand how that is. I mean, I feel like I'm here.
Right?
Well,
and
Maybe you need to do like Vern and just go back to wherever the hell it is you came from.
oh, yeah. Well, I got news for that comment. It's America, baby. And unless you're going to send me somewhere, this is where I'm at.
Right?
And I'm
Well, I
glad I was
think,
born in this country, and you're not going to tell me where I live and where I don't live.
well, I think the biggest misconception in Aguilar is like who a resident is and who a resident is not. So I think the biggest question is are you a resident if you're within like Aguilar? I would say Aguilar proper. I've noticed that people use that term around here. It's kind of like Pueblo proper, and then there's Pueblo West. It's not just Pueblo.
Yep.
It's Pueblo West or Pueblo proper. So we'll use Aguilar proper to Aguilar West. We'll start calling that Aguilar West.
Yeah, I mean, put an asterisk next to Golden.
Right? And if you're from Colorado and if you've lived in Colorado, you would know about the town of Golden. But if you're not familiar and you look on a map, Golden shows up, but they're not really a town. They haven't been a town for what, at least 10 years, right, Sam?
I believe so. I'm trying to get those documents to verify, but it's possible.
Well,
I don't live here, so I'm not sure.
Postmaster closed down 10 years ago. We know that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, the post office definitely closed down 10 years ago. I mean, I found that so much as far as documentation. And then if you Google Golden, and it's Gulnear, Colorado, if you Google it and you like Google Golden, Colorado website and see what pops up. I can tell you what pops up. The Aguilar main website pops up. Now that's kind of weird. Why would a town of Golden be popping up underneath Aguilar?
Well, I'm going to suggest something for tax dollars. You can't vote. Cannot vote. You can't run for town council, mayor, but you have to pay your taxes to Aguilar through the county.
Well, and Sam, I mean, as long as we've been covering this, and we've been covering it again for a year, I've heard of Golden. I've heard of residents from Golden, but I just recently got interested in Golden because we had a young lady that was dealing with Aguilar days. I think she was dealing with the parade, and she was from Golden, but her mail goes to Aguilar. Her documents say that she's from Aguilar. Her address says that she's from Aguilar, but Aguilar doesn't want to take responsibility of Golden. I don't think I've ever heard them even mention Golden in any of the meetings. So
I haven't.
Yeah. So how are you a part of a town but not a part of a town, but still paying taxes to it?
Well, and that's what some of the people over there want to know. I mean, the deed will say Aguilar on their deed, but they live in Golden, so they are not allowed to have a voice anywhere. I guess anywhere, as far as I know. I mean,
even the lady in Golden said that her address switched from, whatever her address was, Golden, Colorado zip code, to Aguilar, Colorado, and Aguilar zip code. Because Aguilar, their post office is pretty much it's all P.O. box out there, pretty much, right, Vern?
Yep.
Yeah.
We don't have home delivery.
Yeah, there's no home delivery. So it's all just a post office with a bunch of boxes for all the residents of Aguilar.
Yeah,
but
doesn't
they don't get to vote. They don't get to run for council. They don't get to run for mayor. They pretty much have no say.
Make sure they pay their money every year.
Right? They pay taxes to Aguilar. They pay taxes to the school. What else, Sam?
Trinidad 911, some of the Los Animas County things that we all pay for in Aguilar, right?
Right.
And they're frustrated because they were told, like the woman you spoke to, and the woman I spoke to, and the gentleman I spoke to, they didn't even realize their deed said Aguilar, but they were told, basically stay out. You don't have a say here, or you can't vote. They were straight out told from City Hall. And they told me rudely, but I wasn't there. So, they'd have to be there to elaborate on what that meant. But they said they were rudely told, basically, the door's over there. You don't have anything to say in this town.
Well, we all know about rude. I mean, we were rude when we went in there, all like asking questions all nice and saying hello and telling them that we were. I mean, is it that kind of rude, or is it like the Tyra kind of rude?
I think she spoke to Tyra, but I honestly don't know. So, but there is it comes from leadership. You usually operate as a team. As it said, I was reading earlier that they commended the team, which the team was the town of Aguilar and the town council and the mayor and Tyra and the team. They were commended. So to me, the leader of the team really sets the tone. And my first face-to-face opportunity to introduce myself to the mayor, he couldn't even lift his hand out of his pocket. I don't know what he was doing, but he couldn't take his hand out of his pocket. And he just told me I didn't live here and walked out the door. So, I mean, that is the leadership that sets the example to a person walking in a room into the city hall to introduce themselves. That was the response I got. So it wouldn't surprise me that the people I talked to didn't get a warm welcome, so to speak, because they don't, quote, live in the town.
Well, I think Joe Cool got the same welcome that you got. Joe Cool went up to him all cordial, I think the first time that he was here, and tried to talk to him. And the mayor pretty much did the same thing, blew him off, wouldn't answer any questions, like just jumped into his truck and then took off, wouldn't even like shake his hand, nothing.
That's what he did to me.
Right? I'm like, I know all about being an unprofessional professional, but at least I'm still somewhat professional. I mean, at least I'm cordial.
So as an example, we got an example here. It's a good old example. All right.
Follow, wait.
This here was a
community guidelines.
good old phone call.
Hi, Tyra. This is you people. I had some questions for you. Me and Good Citizen have been trying to get a hold of you now for a little bit. Unsuccessfully, probably on our part due to timing or whatnot. But I was wondering, we were wondering who your FOIA certified person is that we could send some documents to and get some information.
Documents are you requesting?
I'm sorry?
I said, what documents are you requesting?
Well, we wanted to get some documents on the water report, the finances of the city, as far as like, how much the town employees make, random stuff. We were going to send you an email, and I know that we've been trying to get in contact with you, and
That's the first time I've heard about it.
well, that's pretty surprising considering as how, I hear big buzz about us and supposedly that people sent us in there. And I hear that, certain people are getting harassed for it.
He's not being harassed for it. You don't even know the whole story.
Well, I kind of got some paperwork here stating that he's getting charges of harassment filed against him.
Okay?
Good.
11 months of help, then you'll think about it too.
I do this for a living, and I deal with harassment all the time. And frankly, you know, I don't know what to tell you. Vernon didn't even send us in, so you know, once.
Yes, you did. I already know everything. So just, I don't want to cause any grief or drama or anything. I just want to be left alone. My attorney can address everything, and you can fill out a form and send it to email.
Okay, so can you do me a favor? And can you send me an email to youpeople.freepress@gmail.com, so that way I have your email. That way we can do it, because your email is not listed on the website.
Yes, it is.
Where?
But list, and it's right there.
It's right where? On what page, ma'am? I'm looking at the government page as we speak right now. I don't see your website. I see, I'm sorry, I don't see your email. I see your name. I see everybody else's name. I see numbers, but I don't see an email that I can contact you. And I've tried using the Contact Us, and I got signed up for the newsletter, and I haven't gotten a response yet.
The water quality control report is on the website.
Okay. And that has your email in it?
No, my email is aylartownsclerk@gmail.com.
Okay.
Man, I had to pry it out of her.
gmail.com.
Okay. Well, I appreciate
What's
you.
your first name again?
You? People?
Your real name. No. What's your real name?
I don't have to identify myself, ma'am. By myself, ma'am. I identify myself as you people. I gave you my professional entity. I'm sorry. Have a good day. Bye.
Was that in the background of that?
It is.
Wow. I thought that was Vern or something. I was getting ready to mute.
I was muted.
No, I was just hearing like a phone call or something going on in the background of that. It was weird.
Yeah, I could hear that too, man.
Just weird. I think that was our first call to Tyra.
I
We
don't see
actually
anything
got a
wrong
hold of
with
her. No. No, well, I do. I see something wrong with that.
Well, yeah,
I-
correction. Sorry, I didn't see you being rude or anything.
No, I wasn't rude. I was very like kind of stern. You know, I wasn't like my normal chipper happy self, but I wouldn't say that I was rude in any way, shape, or form compared to Tyra just jumping off the phone. All right, I gotta go. Bye. And then she didn't want to give me her email. It was like pulling teeth. Like, come on, just give me your email. It's not that hard.
Water report is on the website. Like fucking.
and that's still the same water report that's on the website. It hasn't changed.
It is.
Joko, great to see you. John Denicola, if I haven't called you out, great to see you. Vengeance is mine.
Just the
He
guy
came in
having
a little
fun
bit
was
earlier.
in that chat. He was
Just
in
a
that
guy
chat.
having fun.
Yeah, he was commenting in that one. Like if I put this up to where the comments are here, he was in there commenting way back. This is way back. Look at all these people that was in here. Yep. Good times. Good times.
Telling you.
Mhm.
Telling you.
Just saying. It's one of the few calls we got, you know.
Well, it's one of the few things that we have documented of the lies that have come out of Tyra's mouth or just the administration period. I mean, like I said, you can go onto Facebook. I'm waiting for my internet to come up. I had an internet outage, so I'm on my phone. I can't share it right now, but as soon as we can and my internet comes back up, I'll share it. But just a brief description. Exactly a year ago, there was a meeting where they were pressing Vern and the council, which only really consisted of Vern, Joe, and Mark, to pass an ordinance to give Tyra and Donald full control of the water loan situation. They were pressing to get this done because they needed to get it done so that way they could have the augmentation pond done by September of this year. They have been paying a construction company, and at that time, I think the price was somewhere around 27. Was it 27,000, Vern?
Yeah, that's one of the figures. They're better than 20,000 a month now.
Right?
You know, and that they did retain the way that was. We did vote to change it to where there's more transparency. Tyra had to give a report on it. Gerald Baldino would have been added to the list of signatures. That's what we passed, but Tyra didn't want that, so they retained the same ordinance as before.
Right.
Which is common.
Right. So, I mean, but the whole point of the matter is that, you have to be more precise with the request. What is the government email address? They don't use government email addresses, John. Yes, just a guy. The shirt fits well. I'm going to have to get a picture of it, stick it on my community page. I don't have it down here where I'm at right now. But just a guy having fun. Go check him out. NoIDForYou.com. No ID, the number 4, you, the letter U.com. Go check him out. He's got a bunch of shit from different states, different types of laws that you should know, that you should have common knowledge of, that most people don't. He's got it all for you. Go check him out. But no government email, John. No government email. They run off of Gmail. That's how government they go. And apparently they've had a Gmail for quite some time. When I looked it up, who is the mayor? Kelly? Do I have that right, Vern? Kelly? Vern?
Oh, Vern.
I think he fell asleep. There it is. NoIDForYou.com. Anyways, the mayor way back in the day, it's listed on a website. They were using Gmail way back in the day, like at least 6 years back. So they haven't used a government email in quite some time, but that could be because they're a statutory town. I mean, they run themselves. They have no higher authority but themselves. They govern themselves and they are their own government. Sounds like they're sovereign, Sam. Doesn't that sound like they're sovereign?
I mean, like I said, I'm trying to find out, man. I can't even answer that.
It's weird, right?
Telling you, man.
I'm reading something now. Sorry, guys. That Ty Winter just replied to me. In short, in this email, He says sending an additional individual to audit Aguilar is an action that will not be taken by the state auditor because Aguilar would have to pay for the audits.
Which by the budget they have, right?
According to the budget, they pay pretty good.
I just don't understand that. And my attitude is, you know, maybe it's worth paying the state if they need more money. Maybe it's worth paying, the state to do them audits. And that's what I'm going to write them. What if the citizens pay for it?
Well, the citizens shouldn't have to pay for it. That's the whole point behind tax dollars, Sam. Like,
I know. That's what I don't understand. That's what I'm writing him back. I said,
right.
First of all, he said the 2 audits. I said, well, thank you. There are 3 delinquent audits. I'm typing while we're talking. Thank you for the information. So are you saying the OSA cannot send in a state auditor unless they're paid by Aguilar? I just don't believe that, man. What's the point of having oversight?
Right.
Right.
Because technically there is none.
Correct.
Good.
What if we decided as the citizens to pay it? Then what?
Well, that's what I'm writing him. That's what I'm writing him right now, man.
I see on average, it looks like under $2,000 a year.
That's right.
Aguilar has budgeted. If it's just a matter of $2,000 to get these books straight, then I'm sure
We will pay for it.
we'll pay for it.
We will figure it out, man. I can tell you this, I've spent money on worse things.
Right?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out and see how quick he answers. He was pretty quick. I wrote him this morning, and a bunch of people. He's the only one who's answered me so far. So I'm curious to see what I get from everybody. He didn't CC anybody. He might have blinded them. But let's see what he says back to me here.
All right. While you're doing that, I got another call here that you can listen to. All right, here we go. Yep, let me turn volume up. That helps.
It's those people. It's you people? Okay. Can you hear that?
Barely.
There it is.
Yeah, that's a lot better. Those people, she's like, excuse me? Excuse you?
Yeah, this was a good call. Very informational. Love it when we call. I'm asking if the town has been paying for an auditor, and if it's unbudgeted, they can't use that money to get the audit. Well, it's been budgeted.
Okay, are you still there?
I am.
Okay, so I'm going to transfer you over. Hold on just a moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, the first time we called, remember we said, oh, they need some music for when we're on hold.
People, are you there?
Yes.
Sorry, I sent you to the wrong line. Let me retransfer you again. Hold on.
Okay.
That's the people. Yeah, so they got some music for our hold.
Those people.
This is her.
Hey, Tyra. It's you people. Hey, I had a few questions for you. You got some time to talk to me, like 5, maybe 10 minutes?
You and your commercials.
When your core is strong, you can take on anything. And if things get shaky, it keeps.
John Tracy, great to see you, John.
Okay. Hey, we heard obviously you probably saw the show last night. We heard that Bill Smith resigned. We were just wondering how the next person was going to be picked. Was that going to be picked by you and the council, or was that going to be like the next person in line? Do you have can you tell me on that?
So in the revised statute book, because the next person in line for the election, it doesn't work that way. That doesn't give the valid going for anybody else that would be open to fill that seat now. So it'll be letters of intent. And I don't decide anything. It's the council's decision.
Okay, but if you put in a letter of intent, your name would be considered for the seat, right?
As long as you meet all the qualifications, a registered voter, lived in the town for 12 consecutive months, and have a physical addresser, yes.
Okay, gotcha. We'll go on to the next one. Has the gas bill been resolved or paid in full yet?
Has on the account still itself, we're having discrepancy because we had an agreement with the city of Walsenburg back in 2020, and so we need to find out there why they changed the rate without even letting us know. And so what happened is between the 3 months that amount carried, the 3 months we got a bill in January, and then we didn't get another bill until May. So between February, March, April, those 3 bills don't add up to $31,000.
So are you just like trying to fight the 30,000? Is that why that's not at a zero payment? You're trying to fight that 30,000 and you refuse to pay it? Is that what's going on?
Well, correct, because once I pay that, we're not really going to see the money if it is, and I think I have a fair fight of saying things. They've provided everything to their council. I have, but I've never got to even speak in front of council except for once.
She lost that fight.
Gotcha. Yeah, we saw that. All right.
I do have the mid-toe diving stuff for you. I can't compress the zip drive because it's really huge. So my tech's coming tomorrow, and he's going to show me how to do that off of there, and then that way I can get those sent to you for the cleaning of the tank.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that was my next question. Was if that stuff has come through yet. So that's cool. I'm not too worried about it. No rush on that. I greatly appreciate it. How about the audit? Do we have any information on the audit? When's the audit going to get done? Do we know?
I spoke to the auditor yesterday, and there's a few things that he's missing, so I need to get those to him. Some paperwork for the payables, the aging of accounts, and a couple other things. And so I'm not for sure on the time amount. I didn't ask. I'm not gonna. It's in the ballpark right now, but I can ask and let you know.
Right. Right. Yeah, we were just wondering because of all the, state funding and everything would be really beneficial to the town. So, and you had mentioned that the audits haven't gotten done yet. So we were just wondering if that was in the works and when that would be done.
I don't know when it will be done, but we are in consecutive daily communication with the auditor from the state.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. How about a lawyer? The last town meeting, you guys were talking to a lawyer, or the meeting before. Did you guys ever hire him, or did you guys find a lawyer?
As of right now, the town does not have a lawyer.
Okay. All right. How about this? Can I address you on a rumor that we heard? Okay. We heard a rumor that you had paid somebody to try and defame not only me, but Good Citizen Media, as well as physically harm them. Is that true?
Let me tell you something right now. The way that gentleman presented himself, that is not what he
Again? Golly. All right.
Man, It seems like internet's going down everywhere. Just started raining out here again. Sucks to be that Xfinity guy working out here trying to fix the internet.
Other information that we've gotten in So I was just wondering, like, I haven't even watched this show yet.
Why would I do it now when this has been going on for 18 months? What would make me quit now? There's no difference. It's the same thing every day. I get bashed every day. I get hung every day. I'm used to it. So I would not have revenge. That's not my mission.
Viewer discretion is advised. You people is about to make her cry.
What?
Not like revenge.
Okay. Well, we were just wondering. I mean, you know, it just seemed kind of weird because, you know, Adam is supposed to be fired. Apparently information has gone out that Mike paid Good Citizens bill. I don't know how that information would have gotten out other than through like you or one of the ladies in the office. It's just kind of weird that we're getting all this weird information. That's why I'm calling you up to try and clarify what's going on.
I need a receipt for my bill too.
Well, for one, that Robert.
I want to see when it got paid.
Liberty Bird, whatever. That's not what he told us in the beginning. He wanted to clarify everything and bring light to everything with the facts.
Right.
That's not what happened.
Oh, I mean, I can understand that. I mean, that's why I'm trying to call you up and get the facts, you know? So, is there a way that, is Good Citizens, bill paid or, did Mike pay that?
I don't know who he paid. I don't know. I was not out there.
Gotcha. Okay. Just wondering. Is there anything like that you would want to, you know, have any questions on or any statements on that, you know, maybe I didn't touch? Because we're just trying to, or at least me, I'm trying to catch up on a lot of the issues with Aguilar and, you know, some of the rumor mill. But I mean, is there anything that, you know, maybe that you'd want to address right now with me while you got time?
Well, yeah, my family comes first, and I don't appreciate being followed and pictured everywhere.
What do you mean everywhere? We don't follow you everywhere, Tyra. We don't.
You just admitted that you followed me.
No. We were joking. That was a joke, Tyra.
Sent me a picture. Good Citizen sent me a picture. Do you know how that looks? Do you know how I feel? I don't feel safe in my own home.
Good Citizen sent you a picture when? How?
Through Messenger. He sent a picture of my car to me, where I was at, where nobody even knew where I was at.
Well, that's just because you just so happened to be up there the day that he went up there. I mean, that was purely coincidence, Tyra. Seriously, that was coincidence. If nobody knew that you were going up there, how did we know?
I don't know.
We'll see.
So she's referring to her car being in Adam's driveway.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that was purely coincidence. And that was because Adam was poking the dog. You know what I'm saying? And dog went up there to go get some pictures. Just so happens that you're up there. I mean, you can't fault us for that. You know?
You're going to bring me into the mess that has nothing to do with me. You guys have bashed me, defamed me, the whole 9 yards.
Well, I mean, it kind of does, Tyra. I mean, you are the administrator. You are the clerk, right? So everything that we pretty much talked about.
Council too, that takes everything too. I don't say yes or no. I don't pass the ordinances. I provide the information.
And we've gotten on the council as well. But I mean, Tyra, we talked about this before. I mean, if we could get other information on other council members that are doing wrong, we would post it. Unfortunately, we're not getting that because people feel threatened, we're told. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
well, let me tell you something. When we had the chlorine issue here, not one person called this town hall office, not one. There was 12 people on Facebook that called the state, called me. One of the fire board members called the state directly and told on me and said I was contaminating the water system.
Who called up and said that you were contaminating the water system?
The previous council member that is no longer a council member.
Damn, who could that be?
Vern. Are you telling people that she's contaminating the water system?
Oh my God.
Vern, I don't know if you're muted or what, buddy, but we can't hear you.
You're fired.
Fired, Vern.
Okay. So that was Bill? or Vern? Because I mean, those are the only two that so far that I've covered that aren't on the council anymore.
And Bill's not actually. We have to accept his resignation at the end of the month. So once that's done, then the letters of intent will probably go out, and they'll give him 30 days to turn them back in.
Right, but so was it Vern that called up on you or allegedly called up on you and said that you were contaminating the water?
Yes.
And you have documentation and proof of this?
You think the guy from the state office is going to lie to me?
I'm not saying that the guys in the state office are going to lie to you, but I mean, I'm not saying that it didn't happen because I don't know. I don't know Vern. I don't know what he does in his off time or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I can't say anything on that one, to tell you the truth, Tyra. I was just wondering if you had any like concrete proof on it. That's all. I mean, if you had concrete proof, I got no problem coming out with that concrete proof.
No, because every time I get something, I get joked of. You know, when I tried to have communication and good faith, and I got laughed at. I tried to show the other night.
When things blow up.
Oh man,
This is the best movie in the world. Expendables, definitely rated R.
Your commercials kill me.
Kelly Blue Book Instant Cash Offer is an official offer to buy your car. Just enter your vehicle ID information, answer a couple.
What do you mean?
You guys are making fun of me. Why do I even want to deal with you guys?
I don't want to deal with you guys.
Well, I mean, you know, we bust balls, and if you're taking offense to it, Tyra, you could have told us a long time ago that you were taking offense to it.
When my family is in harm and I can't even go out in town here, I consider that to be very.
What do you mean your
hold on.
family's in harm's way? We've never threatened you in any way, shape, or form.
You don't know what you created here. You know, your citizen's girlfriend coming out and at the meeting like that. That was so disrespectful.
Well, first of all, that's not his girlfriend. That's a member of the town that came at you.
Well, if I had proof.
Well, there you go. That's why I said rumor mill.
Yeah, well, the rumor mill continues on with you guys because you don't find anything out.
Well, it's kind of hard to. We're not giving the.
Oh my gosh, man.
We didn't find anything out. We've been there for 2 years.
Information properly.
Well, if you don't ask for it, I don't know you want it.
Tyra, come on, really?
I went back and looked through all your FOIA and your car requests, and guess what? Do you want me to email those to you and let you know how many there were and how many I actually did for all of them? I did all of them.
All of them.
Did you give me the FOIA request on the grant and loan? How much did you get on the grant from that grant and loan into the city of Aguilar before all this? So how much?
You don't get the grant and loan advance. It comes out from a payable, goes directly to the contractor. It does not even come to us. It goes directly to the contractors on a balance sheet that goes to SBA.
So she's saying that they don't get the grant and loan. Right. And the grant and loan that I was talking about was the grant and loan from exactly a year ago that they were talking about that they needed to get, you know, power away from the council for so fucking long. They took that power and did they get the grant and loan? We got a grant and loan.
2:30. I'm gonna try again with the computer.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? That she's trying to say that it isn't going into their account, but if it's getting paid out, then they got the grant and loan. So I should be able to get paperwork on the grant and loan, right?
But I stopped it right before it gets better. Right.
Oh.
And back to the people that we have the $2.6 million loan with, and everybody has to sign off of it, and then they pay the contractor. There's no advancement of whatsoever. There is not money right there. There's not any money stolen. And anything that is over $750,000 gets a single audit by itself.
Well, she went up.
How come you didn't tell us this before, and how come I couldn't get this information before? That was one of my. No, you didn't tell me this before.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't tell me this before because I asked about this before, and if I would have had the answer to the question, I wouldn't keep berating on the question. You see, Tyra?
I told you directly. No, I told you it's not. And
Okay.
I actually even put something out in the newsletter as well.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back. Maybe I forgot. I mean, I am kind of scatterbrained, Tyra. I don't want to have an argument with you. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So that's it. I mean, like, I just wanted to, quell a few things, figure out a few things, get up to a few things.
Only worth $100.
So, all right.
Sanitary survey is complete. The only thing we're waiting for is a bid for the construction to be done on the reservoir and the holes in the green tank. It's not the inside. It's not anything happening that's contaminating. It's the outside foam.
It's the outside. Are you talking about the?
So the green tank's just the outside foam.
Yeah. Not the rust that's on the inside of it. Just what's on the outside needs to be covered.
Not structurally, nothing like that.
A liner inside the tank that we saw. That was
the liner inside the tank has a tear in it, so it needs to be repaired. And then the green tank that sits over here on the north side hill, that one has to be put back with some kind of coat over the top of the whole entire green foam stuff.
Now that NFL
another
Sunday
one.
It's only on YouTube and YouTube.
Golly. Yeah,
Telling you.
Mention that short clip. But anyway,
What's up, Devo?
You get the point there, right? Devo.
I mean, this has been going on for I don't know how long. I mean, it long before us, because the meeting that I saw, the very first meeting that was ever live streamed on their Facebook, there was residents there with concerns. In fact, I think the people from Rango's had fucking problems getting their liquor license renewed or something due to a new, what was that? The Mercantile? The Mercantile, they were having issues with the Mercantile. What was that? Does anybody remember?
Better ask Vern.
Well, Vern's not talking.
Well, let's kick him out.
Kick him out. I don't know. I got to go back and I got to rewatch it because you can hardly hear anything in their meetings. But I mean, there's just been so many issues with the town of Aguilar.
Those vicious little dogs.
And I used to think the residents, they were just sitting silent and whatever. But after seeing that meeting again, after all this time trying to recap, and again, that meeting was before we stepped in, so I probably didn't watch it before. Now I'm just thinking the citizens just got fed up. Hey, Westside. Divine Sorcerer, long time no see, buddy. Haven't even seen you on your other channel. Hope everything's all good.
He still posts on Facebook.
So I don't know, man. Maybe the residents just got fed up and they figure they're fighting a losing battle and they just figured fuck it. And they walked away when we stepped in. I mean, there were concerns. There were concerns and people were getting involved, and then it just seemed like everybody just said fuck it because this administration does whatever they want. My opinion.
Fact. We watch them do whatever. Like,
right.
If we go back over the meetings and review what all was passed and what all has been accomplished, then that's a prime example.
Well, what has really been accomplished within the last year? And I don't mean with us. I mean what has been accomplished in Aguilar over the past year. We've got on them about the augmentation pond that still isn't done, but apparently with a grant and loan that they did not get, that everybody's got to fight all over, and then people get paid. They're paying a construction company. In fact, back then they paid the construction company out of the town's money. It wasn't even like sectioned through the grant and loan. The town paid $27,000 to this construction company that was supposed to be working on the augmentation pond. But then you heard that call that he just played, which was a good 6 months after that, and they were still trying to get a bid for the work on the augmentation pond. So what were they paying for?
We accepted the bid to get our roads graded and stuff. You know what I mean? What happened to that? Same with the water taps. How many of those people you think got their water taps?
Well, they were saying something in that. Well, they were saying something in that meeting about water taps and how they couldn't do water taps due to the water restrictions that was put on Aguilar.
Right, and those are ones following the ones that were already previous to us.
Right.
Those ones that were previous to us still haven't been done. They paid for them, they were approved, they still haven't been done to my knowledge. So
no,
the other ones, they're not accepting any new ones. Exactly.
Right. And there's still water restrictions on Aguilar. There's still no water hauling out, but Sam will tell you, John, we pulled up the fucking budget with these two guys and they spotted the fact that they had income from water hauling. Again, how is that possible? If they were underneath water restrictions, they can't do water taps. They're not supposed to be hauling any water, selling any water, but they got somewhere around $6,000, I believe, for water hauling in their budget.
What the budget says. The budget wouldn't lie. This is actual budget. It's not projected budget. It'd be actual budget we're talking numbers from.
Right.
There's two sets of rules in this town, man, from what I've seen.
Damn right she does, Gio. She ain't got enough.
Two sets of rules.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
That's it. And that's why what I just wrote back to the senator. I mean, the representative. I mean, it's stupid, man.
Yeah,
I don't think we got into that. Did we get into that on the show, or did we get into that previous to the show, Sam?
Yeah, who knows? I don't. I'm not really here, so sometimes I'm not. You know, I don't physically live here, so sometimes mentally I'm not here either.
Well, I mean, I think it's kind of crazy how the state won't send in an auditor. It's up to Aguilar to pay for their audits, but they have paid for audits. I don't know when these audits got done, but in their budget, they paid for audits.
It was paid, and that's what I just blasted out. I said, they are violating the law. There's a conflict to what the mayor said in his interview versus what the auditor told the state 2 days later. And I asked them, as a lawmaker, you find that acceptable? I mean, they have a filing due date that has 5 phases in this state, and their reason for not sending somebody in is because the town is going to have to pay for it. And that is the most ridiculous statement by a lawmaker, in my opinion, when there's $115,903 as of last week being held from the town, which is the people's money. And yet they cannot send somebody in. They rather hold the tax dollars and let the numbers continue to build versus sending in somebody by the state that is being paid to sit in that office up there in Denver. I think there's 50 to 80 employees up there, and they rather pay them to sit there than to send one person down here and really do an audit. And it's ridiculous, man.
Sam, we both know that it would be more than just one person coming down there and doing an audit, or at least it should be.
100%. It may start with one, but I guarantee it won't end with one.
No.
No way.
No. and it should be done. Like the state should step in, authorities should step in, take control of that city hall, and go through the paperwork themselves without any interference from Tyra or Sarah or Stephanie.
I just don't understand it. The tax dollars, we pay for those state mandated audits if the state comes in. I mean, when's the last one you seen on? Have you heard of any in Colorado that the states actually put in one of their auditors to do a forensic audit? When's the last time they've done it?
I'm new to the state, so I couldn't. I mean, I've never heard of it, but
You know, the real,
that doesn't mean that it hasn't happened.
the
You
real
know,
thing is the state's still getting their money, right?
That's
Mhm.
right.
It doesn't affect them. It
That's
affects
right.
us.
That's right.
That's
And,
that's the
and
problem.
that's what I don't understand. Are they that busy up there to say, you know what, we'd rather keep your tax dollars, we'd rather keep your money than send somebody in to do what should be done because the town has broken every law regarding submitting the audits. That's why the tax dollars are being held.
well, and that's another factor on how come there's no enforcement period. I mean, regardless, they are supposed to be being held accountable by the state of Colorado, statutory or not. They're supposed to be overseen by the state of Colorado. My whole thing is this has been going on for 20 years.
Yep.
And still nothing is, I mean, how do we know that audits have actually been done prior to 2020?
Well, just look at the water actuals on the water budget, the actual spend in 17 and 18.
Well,
Nothing jives, man. Nothing jives.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, we got to go back into those old budgets and we have to look because, you know, if the budgets are anything like the budgets that we have on the website now, the numbers don't even match. Again, you've got 2021 that's got a 2022 column. So they've got future budgets in there. And then they've got the 2022 that doesn't even have a 2023 column. So I'm kind of confused. Like, and the numbers don't match. You go back to the 2021 and look at the 2022, most of the numbers don't match. And there's a whole bunch more sections in 2022 than there was in 2021.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm just more confused on, I mean, it's great that now we've got media attention, but I think that media attention needs to start focusing on why the state doesn't step in and do something.
You
I
heard
agree.
it straight from the mayor's mouth. That fucking auditor just couldn't get those numbers straight.
Tonight, taxpayers in a small Los Angeles County town are protesting, calling for accountability from their government. 13 Investigates is uncovering new information revealing the town of Aguilar's property tax revenue is being held by the state. It's because the small town is years behind on turning in financial audits. Investigative reporter Quinn Ritzdorf is pressing the town leaders for answers tonight.
$115,000. That's how much tax revenue is being withheld from the town of Aguilar. The state auditor placed a hold on the money because the town hasn't submitted a financial audit since 2018. Residents of Aguilar want transparency.
Accountability is not just for the taxpayer. It's for the elected officials that work for us taxpayers, period.
Every year, Colorado municipalities are supposed to submit an audit to the state, but the town of Aguilar hasn't turned one in since 2018.
Here we are in 2023, and we still have no audits completed since 2018, and nobody knows where the money's being spent and where the money is going.
Because of the delays, the state auditor placed a hold on the town's property tax revenue in October 2020. After nearly 3 years, that revenue, which the town can't touch, totals $115,000. And residents are upset their tax money is just sitting there.
This state has a law that mandates every town has to do an audit required by law once a year. How they can get away with this many years to the point of having their tax dollars withheld from our community, something is going on.
The town mayor, Donald Gonzalez, says the COVID-19 pandemic made it hard to find auditors to do the work.
Had an auditor that had quit on us. From there, it went to a different auditor. He couldn't get the numbers straightened out and everything, and then COVID hit. So from there, I was trying to get an auditor to get everything done.
According to emails between residents and the Office of the State Auditor, the town of Aguilar is working to complete the audits. But the emails show the process started back in March. With still nothing completed, residents are beginning to question the town's finances.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. Period. And I would love the administration to tell me I'm wrong. To tell the community we're wrong. Show us where the money's going. Show us why the audits are taking so long.
13 Investigates asked the mayor if there are any financial concerns with the town. He says there aren't. He says that they have an auditor and are working to complete the delinquent audits. Once those are done, the withheld tax revenue will be released back to the town. Reporting in Aguilar, Quinn Ritzdorf, 13 Investigates.
See, who knew our mayor was a comedian?
Right?
I mean, he's got jokes. Just saying.
Well, it's not even like a joke. So you listen to his statement, right? Like, okay, so before the pandemic, which was 2020, so you have to think 2019 is when they were working on it. That auditor quit.
Or they couldn't get the numbers right or something.
The next
Well, no,
one
that was
couldn't get the numbers straight.
the next one couldn't get the numbers straight, and I'm thinking that's why the first auditor quit, because they probably wanted the first auditor to lie and fudge the numbers, and there was really no way for him to do it without proper documentation, because we all know how they are with documentation. I mean, hell, I haven't even gotten the 2023 budget that I requested 5 days ago. It's past the due date. No, my internet's still down. And you know, so I made that request. I also made a request for the new employee list with pay scale. I haven't received that yet, but she fills all my stuff. I still, you heard in that call that Good Citizen played. She was being all nice. She was gonna get me that most recent water video from when they cleaned the tanks. I never got that. The water report that was supposed to come along with that, didn't get that. I mean, like, she fills everybody's requests though, and she fills all mine.
She looked every last one she did.
Right?
I like the one statement where she's like, "I've got a whole file cabinet full of stuff all about us." It was funny.
Oh, we're not happy about it, Gio. Trust me, we're not. Hence the reason why we've pretty much been staying on Aguilar. I mean, why should we let something like this go? We've been nonstop lied to, and that's what a lot of governments try to do. They'll lie to you, they'll try to pacify you, and they'll get you to go away. I mean, I would like to see a lot more auditors or cop watchers start doing this with every single freaking town. I mean, I would like to see constant coverage of the administration of every town, especially Phoenix. I mean, look at how much investigation Phoenix is underneath. Is it just because they're a bigger town? You know, they've got the FBI on their cops. They've got FBI and you know, everything else inside their own office.
That's what I don't understand, guys. Don't understand it. 500 people in this town, and they can't get things done. I mean, if you look at the actuals on the 2019 approved budget and the 2020 proposed budget, the actuals for 2017 and 2018 on the water fund, they spent in 2017, it shows in the approved budget, $273,196. But yet in the following year on the proposed budget, the actual for the same year, 2017, is $213,948. You go to 18 actual on the 2019, and on that 18 for water expenditures on the water fund, they spent $170,078 of the actual in 2018. But if you go to 2020, they spent in 2018 $194,147.
See, and that's where, you know, I'm pretty sure those past auditors got upset and quit because, you know, look at those numbers. A lot of them don't match. They're all over the place. I guess they were just expecting the auditor to take whatever numbers that they gave them and just run with it.
Yep, rubber stamp it, but license on the line for anybody, man.
In and out.
It's all good.
Hey,
but
you're still doing better than Vern.
Right? He ain't even talking.
Watch this. Boom! I give Vern the boot, guys.
Oh, he's just up here for the fame. He just comes up. He's like Joe Cool, man. He'll come up, sit up on your panel, and then disappear onto another panel, and you think he's there, but he's not. I'm just kidding.
At some point, guys, we should try to. You should try to call the Crystal Dorsey up there at Office of the State Auditor.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a good phone call that we should make and figure out why they won't step in. But I think the reason that we got that they won't step in is because they're waiting for Aguilar to actually submit their audit before they go and they do their audit.
Correct.
Is supposedly the information that, you know, is circulating around. And that's probably why Aguilar hasn't gotten their audit done yet, because they're afraid of what's going to happen after they submit the audit. And that's probably why the shredder truck has been there at least once a week.
Yeah.
I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah, the shredder truck comes more often than the water delivery.
Right?
Well, that might be why miscellaneous, the last time they did an audit was, the last time they did the audit, the miscellaneous spend was 75,000, right? So I don't know, it might be shredder truck cost. I don't know.
Yeah. That's
Maybe they
drinking
didn't-
water in the office. When I asked them about that, why they're having drinking water delivered to the office, they said it's for their customers.
What customers?
I was just going to ask that.
I was going to say, because, you know, they don't let anybody stay in that building longer than they need to let somebody stay in that building. Like, it's like, pay your bill now, get the fuck out.
Well, when I drop my paper off, I'm going to ask for some bottled water.
Oh, that's funny.
Every time you go in there, just ask for a bottled water.
Right?
Miscellaneous. So I got this good little clip. This is a good one. A little bit of my opinion and such in here, but
Out there sticking up for you, Stephanie. There's
Later
people
on,
out
Carl.
there sticking up for you and saying that
Yeah,
you're
there
actually
is.
a good person, but
People
you're
do tell
making
us
the
that
decision
Stephanie
to
is
look
good
the way
people.
you are.
I'm waiting for somebody to stick up for Tyra besides their mom.
Good luck.
Nobody's
what?
contacted me saying Tyra's really a good person. Don't bust her balls.
No, but people have done that for Stephanie and said, "Hey, Stephanie is a good person, and she's going through hard times, and she probably just didn't know better." And so we lightened up on Stephanie because we understand sometimes life is hard. But nobody's stuck up for you, Tyra, except your mom the day we was there. And she says, I don't know why everybody's so hard on Tyra or something to that effect. And
well,
I know why.
Later, brother.
I
Take
know
it
why,
easy.
Vicky.
Hold on.
I do know why.
Hold on.
I figured it out.
Well,
Because she's a
when
spoiled
she
rotten
throws-
brat.
Yeah, but she throws a fit in the middle of a fucking meeting and stares at a wall. I mean, come on.
I mean, come on. If you missed that meeting, well, that was a good one. That's for sure.
Definitely was a good meeting there. I mean, she got all pissy. Started packing up her stuff like Mark always does.
Yeah. She apologized
Apparently.
for it, though.
Well, apparently she was just rude to everybody that night. And people didn't appreciate that either.
Right.
But I don't see how that's any different. I mean, since I met Tyra, Tyra has not been the most cordial person. I mean, hell, I took my family there to go check out Aguilar and show off Aguilar. And what does Tyra do? She runs off into her dad's shop,
Somebody
locks
warned her.
the door, and
I think
flips
she's
off me and my family.
I think she's seen the video.
Right
Though.
thing.
They warned her.
Well, you know,
Transparency would be great.
She's seen this video here.
you should really like look out for like guys like this walking around.
Right.
Okay, when
Yeah.
you see guys like this walking around,
And the ones in all black. The
yeah,
ones in all black too.
the ones in all black. Like, these guys walking around, they're all auditors. Like,
Yeah,
don't
those
trust
are
these
the-
like these guys right here. They're auditors and they're cop watchers. So just don't trust guys like this that walk around and unprofessionally get onto lives with no shirt on, with their chicken chests, because they're not professionals and they need to get a job. So
You know? I think she was warned.
Maybe.
So that's why she locked the door on you.
But I had a shirt on.
I don't know.
I wasn't sticking out with the chicken chest, but I still got the bird. My family got the bird. My wife didn't appreciate that much.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was fun times. They're so friendly. You know, like according to
Maybe-
their policy, you know, they follow
Well,
that policy to a T. I'm sure.
Maybe she was just trying to point me in some sort of direction, like guide me where to go, because I'm new to Aguilar and I'm a tourist, and maybe she was just trying to be cordial and point me to a direction.
Right.
I don't know.
She knows what goes on in her place.
She knows what goes on in her place, but how far does her place extend? Again, we're going to go back into it. We're going to boomerang back into it.
Well, the town hall
The
is
res-
a castle, so you gotta imagine anything you can see from the castle is hers. I would think.
But do the
That's
people of, well, I don't know. Do the people of Glen Eyre who have no representation, should they be paying taxes if Aguilar does not feel that they should represent Glen Eyre or have people from Glen Eyre represent them?
You would think somebody should represent them.
Well, isn't there that saying, no, something like, how does it go? I think it goes something like, no taxation without representation. I
I'm
do
wondering
believe
if-
that.
If they, sorry to interrupt, if they consider them unincorporated, and that's the loophole, right? If they're unincorporated, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so I go back to the question, how did Glen Eyre get absorbed by Aguilar? How did that happen? Who made that decision? Did the state make that decision? Because I'm still trying to like piece together why the town shut down to begin with, why the post office shut down. Maybe it was because they didn't have enough residents. I don't know. I mean, did they ever have like a town hall? Did they ever have councils? Was there ever a mayor? Like, I can't find information on it. Maybe it's just too far back, but I wouldn't think so. I mean, it's
Yeah, I
only
don't
10
know.
years. I really wish my internet was working. I mean, maybe I'd hit the Wayback Machine. I haven't hit that yet.
Yeah.
Mr.
No, I'm
Peabody.
serious. No, I'm serious. There's a website. It's called the Wayback Machine. You just Google Wayback Machine, and you should be able to Google websites that have been taken down back at a certain date. So if you remember an exact date that that website was up and it had information on it, you should be able to go back to that website through the Wayback Machine. It's actually a pretty cool website. You can find a lot of old stuff on there that you can't normally find just through Googling.
On there too, if you want to archive it to the Wayback Machine, it's free.
Yeah, so if you have information that isn't on there and you want to archive it, you can archive it to the Wayback Machine yourself. It's kind of like a Wikipedia almost. Almost. But maybe I'll hit that once my internet comes back into play here and do a little bit more research on it, because I would like to know how the people of Gulnair are actually operating as, like, you know, how are they operating? How is their infrastructure operating? Do they run off of a well at their own house? Do they run off of a water system? Who is providing the repairs to the infrastructure for the past 10 years that they haven't been a town? Like the roads and stuff. Who is taking care of all that? Would you have any ideas, Sam?
I have no ideas. I talked to somebody, just reached out to somebody. They're on well and propane, but that doesn't account for the roads running through the town.
Right. Because I mean, I looked at the aerial of it, and it seems like it's like an area where like you have to have like at least 35 acres to your property, because it seems like the properties are very spread out from each other. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe the county might take care of the roads, but I would think that that would be an Aguilar issue if all of their deeds are coming up as Aguilar.
There's a couple people in the chat might have an idea. So like we got Robert and we got Jim in the chat. Both might have an idea, you know.
Right, Robert. But I pulled up information that was closed 10 years ago, and now all the mail runs through Aguilar, and pretty much
Good to see you.
Aguilar legally has control over the residents of Gulnair. Like, they are residents of Aguilar now. Gulnair is no longer a town. It still pops up on the map, but it's no longer a town. It's run by Aguilar, but Aguilar isn't taking responsibility for it. So therefore, we go back to the whole, should they be taxed for Aguilar schools, Aguilar infrastructure? You know, should they have to pay the Aguilar tax if Aguilar doesn't feel that they're residents? Because on many occasions we have seen the mayor, Tyra, and I mean, it recently happened to Sam, where he's not a resident. He has no voice there.
You can't even talk to the mayor if you're not a resident here. He's exclusive to residents only. And I think you got to be a resident for 2 years or something to talk to the mayor. Because I've been here a year and he still won't talk to me.
Well, I thought Steve said that you were there for 2 years.
Yeah, well, Steve's not too very educated, so we'll let him slide on that. Him and Donald might have went to school together or something. I'm
Well,
not sure.
the guy's got to be educated. He's got his own business that's never open, but he still has a business. I'm still trying to figure that one out.
Oh, he stuffs a lot of stuff.
Is it strictly through mail? Because I never see anybody going into his shop, and every time I go by there, it's closed. I mean, literally, it doesn't matter what day of the week I'm there, whether it's the weekend or a weekday, he's closed. Maybe it's Vicky that's paying for everything, and it's just his own little playground right there. He just gets like a main seat on Main Street right there. It's his own little private biker club.
Maybe. I don't know. I made a nice little video for him the other day. I was watching the butterfly, and he came and tried to help me.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
He broke out his camera and everything. I mean,
Oh,
I love how we've just become influencers there on trying to incorporate cameras every.
Yeah. Yeah, we got the people getting their cameras out and videoing with us. That's always good. How did you mute, or why did you mute, I guess? You guys just watch out for these guys right here. Those are auditors and cop watchers.
Yeah.
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 That's funny. Man. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we got a lot of
Mexican long hair. What's up,
good
Emily?
stuff. So like
Yeah.
remember,
all by itself.
let me find it here somewhere in this vicinity. Put this back up here. Somewhere in this vicinity.
You need to take that down because that all water things say that. Yeah, it does. Even ours, Phoenix's, has that same warning about, the water might be dangerous to, people with health issues and blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah.
I already owned up to that and I put up a video. So I can't be wrong. But that does not mean that their water is not drinkable, because the water report that's on the website is not the full water report. I've got pictures of the full water report thanks to an incognito person that likes to go into town randomly dressed like random things and people. I mean, this guy went in there. I mean, when he went in there and he got his pictures of this shit, he was dressed as a bush. And he got into the fucking post office, took pictures, and nobody even saw this bush moving around.
That's right. Yeah, we got eyes all over the town.
Hilarious.
It's funny, dude. I think we know almost as much as Tyre know about what's going on in her town.
No, I think we know more.
And she admits she knows everything that goes on with her employees in her place.
No. She admits that she knows everything that's going on in her place.
Yep. In her place.
In her place.
Yep.
In her place. Yep. It is, man. It's her place. She said so. She knows everything. But she didn't know about that bush, though, did she?
She didn't know about that bush. She didn't know about our bird cameras. She didn't know about, she still has not found our camera on the bank yet. But I think she gave up a long time ago.
There's clips of that in here too. Because remember, we had to ask her, please just don't tear the bank down. Yeah, that's in here too. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, good to see
Well,
you,
then-
Mexican long hair.
And since then, I mean, we've upgraded. You know what I'm saying? We've upgraded to little bugs. They look like dragonflies, but they're cameras. You just would never even like really, unless you like were up on it and actually looked at it, you'd never even realize this isn't a dragonfly. So we've upgraded on some of our stuff.
Yeah, better technology these days, sure.
For sure. I mean, we've been working with people, getting aerial footage with drones, little stuff. I mean, I hope nobody's actually noticed the drone. You know what? I will be right back.
Damn, we all got kicked off, huh? That's funny. Some shit internet today. Burn them got kicked off. Keeps throwing Sam out. Threw me out. Threw you people out.
I think I'm back.
Endangered servitude. Yeah, maybe. You know. Man, maybe his internet's gonna come back now though. That'll be fun when he gets his laptop back up. Oh snap. Maybe the laptop's back up, guys. Watch out. Oh snap. It threw me out, man. It threw me right out.
What do you mean it threw you out?
They're just holding it down. I'm like, well, what the hell?
Hey, I told you I'd be right back.
I didn't hear you. I was already thrown out. Bouncer bounced me.
Oh, snap. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, Jim said they did have a post office at one time.
They did at one time.
Yeah.
But again, you go back and you hold on a second. You go back and you look for it, and you can't find anything on it. You Google it, it all goes to Aguilar. Man, I forgot.
Yeah.
I switched mics. But it all goes to Aguilar. But this is the meeting that I was telling everybody about a little bit earlier. This is the meeting that happened prior to Good Citizen and myself stepping in along with Vern. Sam, have you seen this?
He's muted.
You're muted, Sam.
He's muted. My guess is he has not seen this. That's just my guess. I don't, you know.
Well, you know, this
There's
just
probably
gives...
a lot of people haven't seen this one.
No, I don't think a lot of people have seen this one. And this one goes to show that the lies have just been going and going and going. Because these are, remember, this is before me and Good Citizens stepped in and made the town shit and made it a shit show.
Yeah. This was before we were able to disrupt the meeting.
Okay. Right. Okay, so we can see it. So you can see it. Yes.
Again, this is their first live stream. So they're trying to figure it out. They're trying to get it to work and make sure it's working.
Sarah. I thought Sarah didn't like being on camera. She didn't like being on my camera. There's Donald. Mr. Mayor. There's Mario. Oh, I mean Vern.
And I mean, you can hear the commotion in the background. So obviously, there's residents that were showing up prior to us coming in. But again, like we saw a great decline when we came in of residents showing up to these meetings.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because of the weather. What do you think, Good Citizen? Was it because of the weather? Could have been.
Maybe. I don't know. The meeting before this, there was the great big outburst. So, you know.
And I mean, we can see Tyra sitting here in the background already pouting.
Oh, the body language says it all, right? Put this to shaking. Oh, yeah.
Let's try and skip it along here, see where we're at. All right.
We have approval for regular meeting minutes for May 26, 2020.
I'll second it. I'd like to make a remark on that one. On May 22nd, we talked about adding from April 21st, the personnel policy handbook of the vehicle usage that should have been on this one. On what we got? May 26, 2020. The one, it came up on the 21st of April under new business that was tabled, supposed to be picked up in May. It wasn't on May. That's right. You have bought the vehicle? I have bought the vehicles yet. That will be in by personnel. I did talk about vehicle usage. That meeting. Both these were tabled on April 20th. Oh, yours. Well, on the end, but it was brought back up in correspondence on that one. But personnel was.
So this was about vehicle usage. He was asking him about vehicle usage.
What was his decision on it?
They're all just staring at him stupid because I think this is when Vern was requesting all of the vehicle usage records because of Adam. And the fact that he was using a town vehicle to run from Aguilar all the way up to Colorado Springs and back.
Back and forth. Yep. Hey,
Yeah.
maybe that was $97,000 in gas. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
It possibly might could be.
But they didn't. They're sitting here going around the subject. Mark says, "Well, I don't think there was ever a motion, made on that, on getting the records for that." And I do believe they never got anything on the vehicle usage as far as what Adam was like, how much gas he was using, how much how much he was using in town money and gas, because it's a town vehicle. So I'm pretty sure he wasn't putting his own cash into that tank.
Right.
So, and as the mayor said, they're financially sound. They're good. They don't have to worry about nothing. So I can totally see them giving him a credit card for gas and whatever usage. I don't know. He had a lot of hats on him.
A lot of hats. Right.
The town has 4 vehicles. They have the white truck, they have the white SUV, they have the black SUV, and then they have another vehicle, right? Or is it
Something
just
like
the
that.
3? I think it's just 3. Might be 4, but I think it's just 3.
The white truck don't count anymore. It's broke down, right?
Well, it's broke down, and then you got the white
So
SUV.
then that leaves the 3 SUVs.
There's 3 SUVs?
2 black and 1 white.
Oh, see, so 4. They have 4 vehicles.
Okay, well, and I did it in May also. I told him, over now you want to go to the highway, please add this to the agenda. Well, I thought it was understood whenever they said that they did it last time. I didn't know it was.
Okay, so cool for May 26, 2020.
Yes.
Cool for regular meeting minutes for June 30th, 2020.
June 28th.
We're going through approval of minutes.
Yeah, the volume sucked way back then too, huh?
Why is it up to me to pay for an attorney for the town to do right?
Here's where.
And you could have,
Here's what I wanted to get to.
but you know what? You're have
Yeah, you can kind of hear her.
Yeah, you can kind of hear her. It's in that messed up area that I can't push it. So after the agenda here, this lady's going to come up, and I'd like you to actually try and listen to her. I mean, I know the audio sucks, but she's got some concerns.
I have questions on this ordinance including court that you guys passed. You couldn't have passed it.
Why?
Because first of all, you have to post it, and it has to be published 30 days. And then you have to have 2 readings.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Not,
If you
not,
look at-
hold on. Not for a statutory, city. That's what we are.
No, Colorado revised statutes, okay, ordinance 31-16-106, and then if you go ordinance 31-16-106, 105, is to be published.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it was published Monday, Mark, that doesn't count. And you can't just take an ordinance, okay, but I'm not gonna argue with you.
Okay, so if you couldn't hear, we're going to recap. They had passed an ordinance, right? The council, or Donald and Tyra had passed an ordinance that some people obviously aren't agreeing with, and should not technically be on the books, because the statute that she had cited states that when a town makes an ordinance, it must be that the town people must be notified. It's got to be in public view, like in a newspaper or something, for at least 30 days. And then they have to have a proofreading of it to make sure that it is constitutionally sound. Which they did none of it. They just passed the ordinance and said it's all good because they're a statutory town.
All good. Statutory town. It's all good.
Statutory town, all good. They can do what they want. They don't have to go by Colorado state law.
Because we will get this settled. I'm telling you now. And then another thing I want to know is code of ethics. It talks about holding the members accountable for violations of principles and standards. Okay? Does this include the town employees also? Because her behavior was uncalled for last meeting. No, come on, Donald. You know what I mean. You were sitting right there when she was totally out of control.
Everybody was arguing that night.
No, you know what?
Arguing, she was arguing.
I didn't argue. I didn't have anything to argue. And I'll be honest with you and everybody else in here, Donald. But that was my concern, okay? That was my concern. But you know what? Your behavior threw a lot of red flags out there, so I'm not gonna go away.
We're here for as long as you as a board of ethics.
Yeah, and I'm asking who holds the town responsible for the employees' actions.
So the board, we do.
I didn't see you hold her accountable.
Yeah.
You know, no, you didn't, Donald.
Well,
You let her say whatever, do whatever she wanted to. That was uncalled for. How did
Let me
you?
just ask one question. You have a doctorate degree?
What, you?
No.
You have a degree, you don't do you any good.
No. We have a lawyer's degree.
You know, Mark,
We have a
you know
lawyer.
what?
We have a lawyer tell us.
You know what, Mark?
Wow. Okay, just a lot in that little bit there. Okay, so she's complaining and she's wanting to know who holds the town accountable.
Who?
Who holds the town accountable? Did she ever get an answer?
Well, she got the whole thing same as Robert did. Oh, you're attacking the town council without a lawyer. And she said, you ain't a damn lawyer either. Well, we're being advised by our lawyer that we can do this because we're a statutory town. We do whatever fuck we want.
Right, and to confront the council, you have to confront them with a lawyer. We've heard this many, many different times with Vern.
Right.
With
if you disagree, get a lawyer.
Robert, with Miss Tina, with us. But it's kind of funny how we can resolve everything almost. I mean, they do pretty much understand that we can do what we're doing, but they don't understand that. And we're all doing it without a lawyer. How funny is that?
I think you need a lawyer to get information requests too.
Maybe. I might have to like go and like actually get a lawyer to what's the name of that? What would you call that?
Mediate for you.
Not even mediate, like
yeah. You're gonna have to. That's what this is. This is mediation, and they need a lawyer to mediate this lady's claim.
Right.
And this lady's right. It wasn't published. Blah 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 blah. She's right. But she needs a lawyer if she wants to refute the facts. There,
Well, she needs to refute the. She needs a lawyer to confront and to try and get accountability.
Yeah, how many times you heard that, John? Just since you've been watching us.
It's working.
They love that phrase. They say, just sue us. Just sue us. Yeah, we hear that shit all the time. That's all, just sue us.
Back up there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's what they tell us all the time. Sue us and don't argue with us unless you have a lawyer. You're muted, bro. You people, you're muted.
I'm always muted.
Is that better?
I'm always muted. All right. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be back. I got to go pick up my daughter from the bus stop from school. But I'll play this out because there's a whole lot more in this meeting that is just like, I mean, we've seen it for the past year. Just saying.
I know how to look things up, and if I don't know, I know how to find the information.
Go get an attorney and come back and file.
I don't need to get an attorney, Mark.
Wait, go sit here and argue.
Well, I'm not arguing. I'm just asking you if they're making arguments to hold this, people accountable, then who's going to hold the town accountable for their behavior? My thing was, if she was upset or whatever, you know what? Sarah could have stepped in. Sarah could have come in for her, and then so she got herself together and stuff. You know what? It shouldn't have been to the public. That's all I'm saying. It shouldn't have been to the public, and you could have, gone about and composed yourself or whatever, Tyler, and let her step in. That's all I'm asking. You know what? What's good for them is good for you and the rest of them. So don't make ordinances that.
So it wasn't made by him, it was made by our town attorney.
May I say something? First, I disagree with the ordinance, and I agree with her because I couldn't find anything that said any other than there would be a full reading of this.
And there
be
wasn't.
put in the paper for 30 days. Then there'd be another reading of it before the vote. Then we were told that this was done by an attorney. My attorney, because I did get an attorney, tells me that there's several constitutional issues with this. You can't pass an ordinance. I even emailed the town attorney asking him to respond to this. Did he approve it? He would not respond back. And my attorney says, this is not legal.
We can have your attorney call our attorney, if he's going to vote it.
You know what, Dad? Why is it up to me to pay for an attorney for the town to do right? Well, I've given you information I got from my attorney. It seems like you should talk to your attorney and have him verify this is even legal. You cannot control who I talk to, when I talk to them, or what I talk to them about. Correct? Right. And well, read this then.
But when it comes to town business, it needs to be a
Town business is not an executive session that is open to the public.
But it still needs to be.
I've not, brought to who?
The board.
I don't have to talk to
I have a different interpretation than you do, but so be it. We gotta depend on the town attorney to give us the right interpretation.
Okay, then I would like to hear the town attorney give us this interpretation. Because, no, I disagree. I don't believe that 1 minute that an attorney read this with constitutional issues in it and then said that this was the final reading. I do not believe it.
So I want to drop that, but the thing is, I did a letter from my say that he read it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
thing about what's being done about the lawsuit in Granada. They are coming onto my property. They are coming after my dog when I take her for walks. And it's not a safe situation. I'm having to walk her along the business lane in order to get her walking, which isn't safe either.
What's part of Romero, north or south Romero? North Romero?
Yeah, there's like 24 dogs there, and I go out my front door with my dog, and they come running down the street. And if I try to take my dog for a walk, the only way I can walk her over at the bike place is to take food with me. And I don't know about you, but my budget doesn't include food for dogs. I don't know. So I'm on, I'm adding my voice to begin. Something needs to be done. It's not a safe situation.
Oh, I agree. Haven't you guys picked up some dogs from that area?
I picked up 4 or 5 of them dogs, Ruby Gregos, we took to Noah's Ark, which is now not accepting any more dogs because times are tough, I guess, or more of the case, so we have no place to take them.
Right.
I did see that posted, that, Noah's Ark really accepting any new dogs, and I noticed they had dropped their prices for adoption from $200-300 down to $20. In Walsenburg, I know they don't take any.
Yeah, it's not a good situation, and I know that everybody's hands are tied, but something needs to be done.
I agree with her. Does anybody live there at Gregos?
They're actually starting to come back, Anthony Rojas is there, Joe Grego showed up, I seen him a couple of days ago. The other one that drives around in that fighting room for it, I can't remember his name. Dave? He's back, so they're around. And Ruben,
Ruben takes care of the dog. Feeds him every day.
yeah.
Yes, he does.
He does, they're fed, they're just wandering around.
Because that was dogs do though.
What's that?
Because that was dogs do, they wander around.
If you have a dog, they can allow them to fence. Yes.
No,
They don't need to be running around.
I mean,
They
that's,
always run around. They always have.
No need to.
let us look into it, and see what we can get done.
In future, getting a dog park, what would be entailed in that? How would that be something that would be possible?
That's something for me to look into because, or the board really, because I have no idea. I know Trinidad's got 2. Might be able to talk to somebody from Trinidad or somewhere and see what it came to have a dog park. I know the one in Trinidad, they have one for the bigger dogs and they have one for the littler dogs. That way the bigger dogs will catch up the little ones. Let me look into that. And,
Hey Sam, don't they pay for animal care now? Like animal control?
see what that will be. All right, thank you for coming in.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, I mean, it's been a year. We've been hearing this from Miss Tina and multiple residents about the dogs and whatnot and so forth. But I do believe we saw in the 2022 budget they're paying for animal control now.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. It's like the audit that was paid for in 2019.
So that would, and that's why we added the motorcycle class as well.
I think there was 4,000 to 5,000 for park maintenance too.
The football coach of Camaro, he needs it.
Yeah, we saw how well that went.
That's why the bathrooms work so good.
You know, one of them take all this, right?
As volunteers. So
That's-
we have enough space to go over to the children to go.
Or flight.
Okay, yeah, that's one of the new things that we're bringing. Oh, and Leslie Montoya is going to be, teaching a presentation about Native Americans before and now. And it would be Wednesday to Tuesday. So if anyone's interested, we're gonna be promoting that as well. And then, well, that's the biggest changes. There are also, the car show is going to be different this year, so that will be exciting to see how that looks out. And the petting zoo, we have the petting zoo this year. So Sunday, it's like.
Man, I can't hear. The audio sucks.
We're getting everything done.
Sounds like you got a plan going.
Yeah, so, yeah, we're doing well.
That's your fault.
No, we can always use more if you know.
Yeah, you're right.
Everything was fine before you people showed up.
But this is before we showed up.
The other you people, I guess. Man.
Oh. Oh.
School inspector is here. Golf report.
Yeah, that's shit sound.
Hey, I know that guy.
Yeah, happy anniversary to that guy. Friday was a year since they fired him.
I would skip through all this, but I'm out standing at a bus stop right now. Because this isn't really what I wanted to focus on. What I wanted to focus on is a little bit after this. Because they do go into the whole loan and grant and everything for the augmentation pond. But we'll get to that here in a minute as soon as I get back to the computer.
I thought Sarah didn't like being on camera.
Well, this is, of course, before we brought our cameras, and then that changed her opinion.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, I mean, if you noticed at the very beginning, Vicky was there too. I don't think I've seen Vicky at a meeting at all since we've been there.
Oh my goodness, it's small.
Come on,
Of course,
John,
the school bus
wouldn't
would run
think
late.
this is self-serving government, would you?
Ow! God.
About 5:30 tonight, the water attorney called me. I got a bunch of stuff that goes with this, so that'd be a good idea to bring into the next meeting. I know this is your information here.
There's too much, yeah, we deserve a chance to read this.
We don't make a motion on it anyway, so we.
It's just for everybody.
Yes,
It'd be for-
it's not gonna be a discussion, no, if we have information, it should be a discussion.
Well, we will be, yeah, we will be, if you want to go.
Next meeting, yes. Do I need that to put it on the agenda?
If you want something on the agenda,
Please put this on the agenda.
So first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for coming, and I'd like to apologize to everybody.
Here it comes.
Are disrespectful to you, I'm sorry. The information
She's
that
sorry.
we sent for the documentation on is out in the stages of what we're up against with the town of Aguilar. There are several.
We're trying to talk about this at the next meeting. We should just pass it on.
It's the office report, right? Yeah, it's just information, right? It's just information.
We got a leak over here.
Oh, wow.
We have their tap water.
So they sprung a leak. They're gonna go get the trash can. Where's the money? Yeah, that'll fix it. Bring that. That'll fix it. There we go. Yeah. We'll use that there.
Yeah. Well, and I do believe on the budget for they've got maintenance for those buildings.
They just buy more buckets.
Very good.
A little bit paper towel. We got this, guys. Don't mind the hole in the roof.
Well, it's not having a run. Mauritius is still the same. Okay. It hasn't increased its production now. Okay. The other wells were never affected.
The hall's for rent. If anybody wants to rent that hall.
Water and sewer tap. Just a moment, you move out for a meeting. So what the board thinks about it, do we give any information about this? So we do have this plan and everything. We got the other one.
All second level condition is, until we really get our 60-year navigation on the publication, before we actually let them install it, I don't know, when I start construction, we have a water control to do.
That's some shit audio, ain't it? How you doing, Lou?
Oh, yeah, I made motion to more. I got it. I got any motion to just for the one property. Oh, yeah, we have to discuss the other one too on the other one. So, motion by Forrest, second by
Mr. Cameron? Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Norton?
Yes. Need a motion to grant water tap and sewer tap for Sierra Grande. Well, we just have to open. For both.
We can't hear you. The two lots we are talking about on the sewer and water tower.
Yeah. Can't hear you.
So, the last meeting though, didn't you guys say that you weren't approving any more water taps or stuff like that? And you guys lifted a moratorium on them all of a sudden?
Until we have water for our own community.
They're approving them, but we don't have to install them, so they're already pre-approved. They're already there.
So the tap's already there? Is what you're saying?
No, these are.
So you're approving them for when the water gets better, then they're gonna tap them, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because they can't go forward with their financing stuff, they supposed to get their building loans and start putting up a building. We're gonna say, water, you're not gonna go build a house, if you don't know you're gonna have water.
All right.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah. No, this is small. Little wall, what you guys did, this is what the other one's on.
Yep. Water everywhere, not a drop to drink.
You know, keep an open mind, folks, under new business, we have another one, you know, wants a water and sewer cap on 300 South Francisco.
Oh, I know where we're at. So if nobody heard it, just in case, I know where we're at. He was talking about approving some water taps because they just got put underneath regulations stating that they're not allowed to do water taps, they're not allowed to water haul, they're not allowed to do anything with their water, really. Except for serve it to the townspeople, and that's it. Sam, what are your opinions on this? Got 16 in private chat. Oh.
What's that?
I think you muted out.
Right now? Not the one right up here, right? Because we're they supposed to build or something up in that area, build a house or bring in a modular or something up there?
Hi, is Tyra available?
More volume.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Can they tell her who's coming?
It's you people?
Hold on just a moment.
Okay.
We need a little more volume on this end.
Well, this is the
Closer
best I
to the
got.
mic.
Hi, Tyra. How are you?
I'm fine, how are you?
Good. I was just wondering if you got my emails.
When did you send it?
I sent them about 3 or 4 days ago. Probably sent it on Wednesday.
Yes, I got it here. I'll get those over to you in just a few minutes here.
Okay, greatly appreciate it. I was also wondering if because I was doing a little bit of digging, I was wondering what's going on with Aguilar and Glen Air. Is Glen Air actually a part of Aguilar now?
What do you mean, Golden Air?
Golden Air, the town of Golden Air that no longer is a town. I've got info, like every time I look it up, it's going straight to your guys' website.
Yeah, we don't have anything to do with the Golden Air.
So, oh, okay, maybe this is where I'm a little confused, Because from all the documentation that I'm looking up, it's saying that Aguilar has actually taken over Golnair. Residents there, their deeds have been switched from Golnair to Aguilar, Colorado. All of their mail is going to Aguilar. I was just wondering if they were technically a part of Aguilar.
No, they're not a part of our municipality. Everything outside of it is city limits. I mean, they may have been changed in way long time ago, and that's why they have a Aguilar address or whatever, but everything out there is delivered by county road.
Right. I gotcha. Okay, well, I'm just curious because, again, I've gotten emails asking if they are actually a part of Aguilar or not, just due to the fact that a few people have deeds that state that they're in Aguilar now as far as the property is concerned. So.
That is correct, but if you look at the section of it, it'll tell you what ID it is, and if it's 69I, then that means it's in the town limits. If it's not, then you're not. That's something that the county has.
So, who actually
On their
take
property taxes?
right? But they're also paying property. They're paying taxes to Aguilar. Like they're paying the school tax, they're paying the road taxes and stuff like that. They're paying all of these taxes into Aguilar as well. That's why I'm.
We collect from that. We don't collect that.
Oh, so who collects the? Who?
If you're registered outside of the city limits, when you go to renew your plate, it states that you're outside of town limits or you're inside. So we don't get anything from anybody outside our municipality. It's only anybody that is inside that's considered in our tax bracket.
Gotcha. Okay, so maybe there's like, so who would collect on that? Even though it's stating that it's going to Aguilar school tax, who would collect on that? Would the state collect on that? If they're outside of the town?
School, and if it's the school, then the school would collect it.
But then it's going to Aguilar because if
It's
they're
not going to the town of Aguilar. We don't have anything to do with ours. Our motor vehicle and registration and taxes and all that stuff come once a month, and it doesn't have anything in there about Golnair.
because technically Golnair is no longer Golnair. Like Golnair shut down 10 years ago, and everything has been switched over to Aguilar. Like they are labeled as Aguilar. So, I'm just trying to get where the confusion is, because if they're not inside the city limits, they're not Aguilar, but they're listed as Aguilar. You know what I'm saying? Like everything I look up about Golnair goes right back to Aguilar. So I'm just trying to figure out if they're actually residents or if they have to be within the town limits.
They have to be within the town limits.
Got you. Okay. All right. Little confusing thing, man. I'll just do a little bit more research on it. It was just confusing. I figured you would know better than anybody else. So, all right. I'll look for your emails and hopefully get that in a few minutes, and we'll talk to you soon. I greatly appreciate your time, Tyra. Bye. Okay.
Shit.
So I should have a 2023 budget and a new employee list and pay scale here in a few minutes.
Dang, you think so?
Maybe. Sam, so what do you think about her explanation on Golnair and the town limits and everything?
Well, I'm not sure. And I put a call into the county clerk for clarification from what I was told a week ago as far as the tax dollars going to the school district, Trinidad 911. He might be right. I mean, Los Animas might collect those taxes, right? So that's possible, but I still want to know from the clerk, if the taxes are going in, if they are distributing the taxes into the town, why do they not have a right to vote on anything? It doesn't make sense to me, but
Well, and it doesn't make sense to me either. Frankly, I'm missing. Maybe it's just me, and I'm just missing the fact. But it sounds like the people of Golnair have no representation.
correct.
Like the state's not claiming them, right? County's not claiming them. They've been moved over into Aguilar over 10 years ago, but they're not considered residents. There's property being sold between Golnair and Aguilar listed as Aguilar, Colorado. But they're not residents if they buy that land.
Correct. And you're outside the town limit like me.
Right.
I'm not in Golnair, but I know, like you said, there are Golnair people that, yeah, they pay the county, which puts the money into the town of Aguilar.
Right. But are those the taxes that they're supposed to be collecting on that they're not collecting on because of the audits? Is that maybe part of those taxes? But even still, then those taxes are still going into Aguilar.
Yeah, I'm going to get clarification. Like, who does that town? They don't have any administration in Golnair. So
Right. There's none. It's not a town anymore.
Aguilar absorbed Golnair, period.
Right.
She doesn't know it, but it's a fact.
Well, Sam, then I go to this question, because if it's just the people inside the city limits. So over by Mayor Donald, we had a little incident, and there's like this cattle guard, and right as you pass over that cattle guard, that's town limits. That leads to the water tank.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I'm almost definite that the guy that tried to run us over that lives on the other side, just on the other side of that fence, is a registered voter of Aguilar. How much do you want to bet?
That would be interesting to find out.
Because if he's a registered voter of Aguilar, but he's outside of the town limits, does that make him a resident as well? I mean, he's friends with Donald. So maybe we should ask Donald this question.
No, you don't. I mean, they move. They don't live there anymore.
Yeah, hold on.
What was that?
Hold on a minute.
Who's that?
Where are you from again? Bell, what is it?
I'm sorry. I are you talking to me? Or is this just background?
Sorry, I think that was background.
Okay, I'm hearing background. If she was asking where I was from, I'm from, like, I came from Phoenix. I'm in Pueblo. But I've been
Sorry
in
about that.
Aguilar for a year. No, it's cool, man. It's cool. It picks up. I mean, hell, my microphone picks up everything. That's why I'm sitting out in my shed right now. So,
Unless you're in an Aguilar town meeting.
oh yeah, unless you're in an Aguilar town meeting. Well, maybe I should bring my microphone and hook it up to their laptop, and maybe we might get some like decent audio, because this mic is kick ass. Like, at least when I'm listening through my headphones, I can hear everybody in the background in the house. So, like, this is a pretty kick ass mic. We might actually be able to get something if I bring my mic. You think that'll work, Sam?
I hope so, because I got hearing aids, man. And even with them, I can't hear them.
Yeah. My mother-in-law is...
I can hear you loud and clear, man.
Yeah. Yeah, my mother-in-law has tried to watch a few of these things, and she can't hear a thing. Like, even with her hearing aids in, and we tried to get her to come down to a meeting, but that hasn't happened yet. Maybe we can get her to come down to a meeting and she can try and hear better with, in person. But hell, we had people there with hearing aids that were asking for everybody to speak up. So,
yes.
And I mean, even in this meeting, you had people asking.
Dare you people?
Huh?
How dare you interrupt her show? She was in the middle of watching a good show on YouTube, and then you called and interrupted her.
Probably. Probably. Well, why do you say that? Because of the tone that she had with me? She was all cordial, unlike anybody else that she talks to. I mean, maybe that was it.
Oh my gosh! How'd she know you was gonna call her?
She didn't know.
She got those emails ready to go, man. Just that quick.
She don't have those
You can have
emails ready to
information
go.
in
I'm
2
looking at
minutes.
my email right now. They ain't done. It took her a minute to find my emails, which tells me she hasn't been paying attention to her emails, which tells me that the multiple public records requests that people have told us that they have made, I know are not going to get filled because, hell, she didn't even know about my emails from Wednesday.
Remember, Adam told us her little secret. She told Adam, as long as you don't open the emails, then you can't get in trouble for not responding within the length of time. That's what Adam admitted to. Uh-huh. Yeah, she was watching Days of Our Lives and you interrupted her, you people. She's got her own little soap opera going.
Sorry, man. I'm talking with my daughter right now.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Love you.
Yep, she was right in the middle of an episode of Days of Our Lives, and
Well, I'm pretty sure if she is watching the show, she's not too happy about this meeting being brought up. Because I mean, we're damn close. We're damn close to the part where I want to be at on this meeting. And
damn it. Wish we could hear it.
Well, I mean, for the most part, I can understand what they're saying. I mean, I really wish that the subtitles were on this thing. I don't know why they're not on this one. Oh, because it's Facebook. That's why.
Facebook.
On your deal right now, but as long as they are using it until they get their home bill, they kind of stay there, so whatever.
The lady told me that she was gonna have something built and brought in. And set it there on that lot.
That's a triangle, right? Like a triangle shaped lot or something?
No, it's where that yellow house.
Right behind us? Right in front of us.
Right across from the housing playground.
When you go home, you can see the camera.
Well, I saw it, I didn't have a question about it, but anyway, I get along. The board really like you want, so we get, I would, you know, so we get curious to get in the building, but that's over. Yeah, that's good. Is there water in the trailer right now? No. I need a motion to close the moratorium.
Sheriff's County.
On that new one over here on Francisco behind your application, there's a drawing of what he's doing.
Do we have it?
See, what's killing me is it's still the same way. They're scrambling. Every time they talk about something, they're sifting through papers like they have no clue what the fuck they're talking about during these meetings.
Well, it's not like they have no clue. They have no clue.
Yeah, I would still agree with the board. You want to say something a little more concrete. Yeah, need a motion to close the moratorium. I'll make a motion to close the moratorium.
Mr. Kenneth?
Yes.
Mr. Forrest?
Yes.
Mr. Barr?
Yes. Now, liquor license.
Motion approved.
Correct. Me if I'm wrong.
Is that a renewal?
She's only allowed 4 days as an extension. Yeah. But that's only underneath extenuating circumstances, John. Doesn't matter if she doesn't open it. That's why I send emails, because it's dated.
Having two alcohol licenses in the town. Remember we spoke about that a while ago?
We did talk to the attorney and he said it wouldn't be possible for that.
So,
to happen.
what would not be possible? I'm sorry, Tara?
To have a moratorium on liquor licenses because of the state, it's regulated by the state.
Even, okay, so then, what I was told that day then, Mr. Piano was still the mayor when he said that back when, who'd you tell me, was it, who, Rick had told somebody back in the day, you guys put that in place, so that just, it was BS?
Yeah, basically it was.
Basically.
You wouldn't have to look in the minute books, I couldn't find it.
Oh, I'm gonna pause it right there. That's one of my favorite parts right there. And in case you missed it, so the argument was that the mayor and Mark and Tyra had told this gentleman that he could not apply for a liquor license because Aguilar could not have 2 liquor licenses within the city limits. And he just called him out on the bullshit. And here's Mark. Yep, that was all bullshit. I looked in the books and no, we can't do that. Because why? Tyra said it. They're regulated by the state. I don't get it. Are they regulated by the state or are they not regulated by the state? Sam?
I am back. Sorry about that. My phone just totally died. I'm plugged into a charger right now. I might die again.
It depends on if they're governed by the state or not, if it's going to affect them positively or negatively, at least through my experience.
But she said the liquor licenses are regulated through the state. So if the liquor licenses are regulated through the state and yet they can issue a liquor license, wouldn't that mean that they're regulated underneath the state? Because they're handling state business? Wouldn't that make them a state entity? Am I wrong?
Only when they break the law.
Only when they break the law.
Then they're...
That just seems pretty sketchy to me, you know, but what are you gonna do? I just don't, I really don't understand that, but you guys already should know how I feel about all that stuff. Been here serving this community in this town for over 40 years, and it's okay for you guys just to keep bringing in other businesses that are gonna be directly competing with my family. It just doesn't sit well with me. Not that I'm afraid of competition, that's not the problem. The problem is the way that it all went down. And everybody, you guys know, so just so you know.
So that was a person that has been, you know, has a business in the community for over 40 years. And they were playing games with that guy. Is he a resident? Is he a resident?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
As far as water, wherever that, we're in the middle of the water, we're in the middle of a beer license right now, liquor license, so you have to wait till we. Oh, okay, all right. Are we on the motion?
Mr. Piano?
Yes.
Mr. Forrest? Yes. Mr. Gordon?
Yes.
Liquor license approved.
race going on this year as well. In November, you can have it 32 days before or 32 days after. So as soon as we set the date, we'll send out issue packets and announce it in the paper and everything.
So what is it for?
A special election.
Special election.
So you guys, everybody on the council?
Yes, two open seats.
The 2 seats are open?
Yeah. More, Phil.
Those people that are interested, do they have to turn in the letter of interest again?
No, you have to pick up a ballot that have to sign it. So, you have to go around and get your signatures to get on the ballot. So
I thought it was gonna be the ones that put in the first time to vote amongst them. So now it's gonna hope to be a whole new thing then?
I think it should be a whole new thing again.
That's why I got to go through a special election, but
And you have to be a resident
correct.
for 365 days, right?
Yes.
I have a question, for your next budget, when you do it, is there any way that you could incorporate like a stipend for the council members?
That would have to go out to the voters of the community.
But what I'm getting at is, I don't know what it is that nobody wants to participate. I mean, I know what, but I'm just saying, I think maybe, you know, give them a stipend or something, we might get people that are interested, that you're not having to be out there begging people to come, you know, for a half hour, 45 minutes. I just think that, you know, some kind of, you know, stipend for them. But even at that, I still think, you know, I'm sure they're Whiteville, I mean, even at $250, you know, if they do one session, I mean, that would be.
Man, Sam's having so many problems.
I mean, I'm just saying that, you know, that should be like.
Probably his phone. It's probably just too dead.
The rest of, you know, we just have to-
Damn service.
Our service.
Do any other towns stuff like this? They do? They do?
So in other words, these guys are doing it just because they want to.
It's a volunteer.
It's volunteer.
Okay, so.
Right.
What does the board think about dates or no? I mean,
Would you stop?
what does the board think about tabling this until Tyler?
I gotta drop out. My head's about to explode, guys. Thank you. Sorry about this.
No, man, no worries. Have a good
Thanks
night.
for
Thank
coming,
you for
bro.
coming up.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
After the special election, I know he said, no, after the election, we're going to have a whole board.
We forgot to tell him once he says that, then it would leave him on, leave him alone.
Right?
So as soon as she figures out what the county clerk's downstairs, then we can get our things set. She'll get us all a caller.
She does that primary and all that stuff.
So the election will actually be after November by the dates that you have. I'm asking you to table it till after there are 2 new members on the board so that the complete board makes this decision instead of just 3 of us here.
We're on the timeline because the 60 days already had passed, and then with the situation of that, it has to be done as soon as possible.
And as soon as possible should already happen. I apologize.
So we'll table this until
Got you, John.
we get some dates in. All right, moving on. Approval of the bills.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here's the best part about this. Now, I hope everybody can, like, you know, if anything, I can always screen record this, enhance the audio. Let me know if you would like me to do that. But
Hakuna Matata.
But listen to the
Doesn't-
deja
right.
vu here that we've been listening to for over the last year, and the residents there have been listening to for the last since 2006. John, welcome up, man. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. You're just watching and learning.
Okay, I have one question on bills. On the payments that we made to SGM. First, I don't know who they are, but it comes up to $126,000.
Oh, I was only off by 1,000. I was only off by 1,000. So he's asking about the construction company that's supposed to be working on the augmentation pond. The town had paid them $26,000. And what do we have to, what does Aguilar have to show for it as far as the augmentation pond is concerned? I've seen a gate that's closed. I don't have access to the area that it's supposed to be at. So I don't know. I haven't seen a hole. I haven't heard of a hole.
This, the way I'm reading this, comes from the Bank of Webster County. Why did this not come from the grant money or the loan?
Because we don't get it gas money on grant or loan.
Because letters were given that you were confused about.
Yeah, I'm going to read that. I remember last month, you said we were guaranteed.
Nothing like that about that, but Keith leave everything in.
And I'm going to read that letter. I'm remembering back to the last meeting when we were guaranteed that this loan was approved. And then I
Holding his face on over there.
Spending almost $27,000.
It's approved, we don't have the money in the bank yet.
That's the point.
It's been approved. They have a grant. They got a loan. Mark over here says the money hasn't hit the bank yet. That's why the town has paid them $26,000.
Yep. Just waiting for that money to hit the bank, boys and girls.
But you heard Tyra's conversation. If you were here earlier, you heard Tyra's conversation where she says they don't get any money. They don't get the money. They just put little IOUs out there to the grant people, and the grant people have to just dole it out. They don't get no money.
Right.
But they didn't get it, but by her statement, she also never got a grant or a loan.
Well, let me ask this question. All this was 2019 on?
Hey, D. Johns. This meeting right here was last year.
Oh,
literally.
Wait a minute. If we
literally, John, this was a year ago.
Okay, if you
The
go
first
back,
one they broadcasted.
yeah, but what I'm saying though is, if you go back into the budget, right? They weren't supposed to even deal with the water stuff, because that was part of the things that were in there that you guys were saying that with water hauling and stuff like that. Now with the augmentation pond, and usually with the grant they'll give you the money, right? But you have to show that you're that the work has been done. All they really need is just receipts from the company saying, yeah, we did the work. You know what I mean? It's been approved by the town or whoever, and that's it. You know what I mean? It's federal money. It's grant money, state, federal, whatever. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make much sense to me. But
if there's been no work done, or at least there's been no proof of work done, because, you know, the public doesn't have access to the area where the augmentation pond is. If there's no proof that the work is getting done, the only proof is that they're paying receipts. Isn't it technically fraud, even though it's a grant, if no work is being done but the money is being used?
That would be my take on it. Yeah, I mean, but I'm no attorney, I'm no lawyer, but yeah, that to me would be fraud by deception. I mean, if you're telling the state or the federal government, you've given us $26,000 in a grant to put an augmentation pond in, we're submitting receipts to you showing that this was done and it's not done. Yeah, there's problems there.
Well, I mean, hopefully you can hear, but let's continue because, let's hear their explanation on this whole loan and how the money hasn't hit the bank yet thing.
Yeah.
We don't have it until,
That's exactly the point though, because last month we were guaranteed we have this money.
we don't, we didn't know
We
yet.
have an award letter that we've been awarded, and the money's there. We don't get in advance on any money.
I asked this question 3 times last month to make sure that there was no misunderstanding on what I was saying. We were told, the whole group that was here, that loan was approved.
It was approved. We don't get the advance funds, so it goes by pay orders from the construction.
Then why do these pay orders go to this loan or the bank?
Because we don't have the money in the bank yet.
Okay, the work that they've done, what was this work actually for? Was it to reapply for something?
No, it's for the augmentation pond.
That's what they're doing right now. We don't do the engineering, we'll go to engineering.
And I've got no other option than to ask these questions here.
You're in the dark,
Yeah, I'm sorry, man, I'm trying to figure it out because the information that I've had so far about the loans, what I'm finding out about the water situation, I'm not seeing why this wouldn't come out of grant money if we already had one instead of our bank account or.
There's 49 stipulations of the letter of credit from the funding company that we have to meet. They have to get a bond council, they have to get everything from USDA, bond council, interfinancing, everybody has to work together to make it for the next step.
Once we get that done, then we can get the
How long
loan.
is that going to
We
take?
can't spend any grant money.
How long will that take, those
We
49
don't know.
items?
We're working with one council with that. I mean, it's just like USDA. We have no idea. It's been drug out, but it wasn't our fault. It's in their hands.
So you're talking years or
No,
months?
we're talking months.
How many
Didn't you
months
say
turns into years?
September?
What's that?
Months turns into years, how many months?
He's talking some months.
Weren't we told August or September there'd be an
We were
answer?
told September last time, but
We should
that
have.
was before we found out.
He's talking some months.
The one is, we're gonna have August.
A year ago.
We should have it in August or September. I can't tell you right now.
Okay, well,
It's all planned out with the, them.
the actual money where we could actually start working on this augmentation.
Well, in truth, that's all I was gonna get into, which I'm gonna bring up during our next meeting. We talked about that, the attorney told me to get it because we need to get a bunch of stuff done for, I think we kind of got a little bit of movement. So I'm trying to get everybody working right now. Our engineers are kind of out there, and everything. We got a couple of minutes.
And I'm asking a question that a lot of people in town have to look at. A lot of them just, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there it is, now, that's their
We'll read that and we'll go to the next meeting. This already been done. Isn't that, of course, aren't we supposed to approve it that it gets paid? No?
Okay, so I know it's really, really hard to hear. So if Mark over there is saying that nothing is getting done because of the USDA and the DOLA and everybody else has to work together and they're not working together, it's not because of them.
It's just not. Couldn't be.
I kind of got to, this kind of raised a few questions for me. First of all, is she trying to say that the grant money wasn't deposited into an account for the town of Aguilar?
Right,
And
that's what she's saying.
If it's not being deposited into the account for the town of Aguilar, is she trying to claim that they're paying, that the government is paying directly to the contractor?
Yeah, that's her claim, is that they were approved for a grant and loan, right? They said right there that they have not received the grant money because there's a bunch of stipulations that need to happen before they can get that grant money. So it really is not approved. They've got to pass a bunch of stipulations to get that grant money, right? And one of the stipulations later on in a meeting or two after this is when they're trying to pass an ordinance that only the mayor, Tyra, and Mark have access to signing the paperwork and what's going on with the augmentation pond. The rest of the council really is just going to get like a brief update of what they tell them.
Right.
Right?
I may be mistaken, but generally, if there's stipulations to the grant money, usually there's certain paperwork that has to be turned into the government that shows different variety of things. So, if for the sake of argument, and I'm just throwing this out there, say they want you to have one red shoe, one blue shoe, right?
Right.
That's a stipulation into you getting the money. So you have to get a red shoe and you have to get a blue shoe. I mean, and then you have to show them that you have the red shoe and blue shoe.
They never showed the council any paperwork stating from the grant people that were wanting these stipulations done. There was no paperwork being shown to the council to prove that this ordinance needed to be passed. They had the town lawyer telling them that, yeah, they need to get this passed. I mean, I can pull that one up here in a few minutes.
I guess.
But I mean, they've got the town lawyer edging them that way, but we've seen how Tyra, Donald, and Mark use a town lawyer.
Well, I guess my question would be this, okay? And this is something that maybe you could get and you could try and request, but I doubt you'll get anything. I don't know if you'll get anything at this point, but you can also go in and request to see it in person. As long as it's in the office, you should be able to visually inspect it, but ask for a copy of the grant that they applied for. And in that grant, it should give you the stipulations that they had to adhere to. I mean, that's the only other way around it. I mean, that way you know what you're looking at. You know what the stipulations were. Whether it was done or not, that's going to be a totally different request, I would think. But at least that's a starting point.
Didn't they get a raise recently?
That they did.
Didn't they get a
I'd like
raise
to thank
recently?
all 11 people in here right now. Appreciate those thumbs up. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Sam, if you're watching, I got those emails. I'm gonna have to pull up the 2023 budget somewhere, but hold on. We'll bring up my camera and see if I can't show what they make here. Can you read that?
16.
Dang.
Man, look at these guys go, huh?
No, wait. Remember those numbers. Remember those numbers. I do believe we have it here. If not, I'll just pop it in really quick, but I do believe we have it. Ah, yes, we do. It's right here.
Oh, we do. Yeah, we do.
What does that say?
16, 17. Oh, wait a minute. Who's the...
Oh, the
So you got
$17 an
Coca
hour.
at 13.
The $17
You
an
got
hour
Boris at 14.
was Virgil, one of the utility workers.
Yeah, he's gone.
But the utility workers now are making 16 an hour.
Yeah, but what I'm looking at is the ones here. Even if hers is 16, right?
Right.
So you had 16, you had 16, 16, and I think there was one that was 15 and change.
Right. The 1586.
Right.
Librarian.
The librarian super. And then you've got the 1356 for the library assistant. I think the only one that has a different price compared to this list that I got a year ago, is the library super, who got an 86-cent raise.
Yeah, but none of that's reflected in this budget. So
Well, Forrest is getting 14 on this one, and Coca's getting 13 on this one. So they both got raises. Now they're making the same as Tyra.
Well, I thought Tyra got a raise too, along with everybody. I thought it was everybody in the office got a raise.
no, I think you get
No, Tyra was at 16. So now everybody's making the same as Tyra, including utility that just started.
Hmm.
Well, I don't know about that, because if you people has the thing again on his phone, I could have sworn there was 117 and then there was 1616 1586.
No, it's hold on, I'll take this down.
Yep.
I'll bring this back up. Tyra's making 16. All office staff is making 16. So 3 of the office staff
They're
are
all
making 16.
at the same.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
So I mean, it's pretty much the same pay scale, but I wanted to know who got a pay raise, because they voted for a raise. So I would figure Tyra would be in on that one.
Well, if you go back to what you posted from the budget thing, not that one, the other one, the paper.
Yeah.
And if you look at this, I mean, it's not even showing the increases. I mean, even if I don't know who these people are.
Yeah, Stephanie Coca got a $3 an hour raise, bro.
So that would be the young lady down there that was making 13. So she got a $3. Dude, the cost of living is.
And the other one is Forrest down at the bottom, and she got a $2 an hour raise.
So they literally normally cost of living raise is like 3%, 4%. You're telling me they got.
And what you'll find interesting is if you look at the Derek here, he was making 15. He had multiple certifications and been there for years and years and years. He was making 15. Now they got guys starting in at $1 more than what he ended up at after all those years.
Yeah. There's a lot of money.
At least Aguilar has no financial concerns, you know.
Well, at least not in the office area.
No.
You know, again, that's just my opinion. So, you know, but yeah, it definitely seems like in the office area, they're not having any financial problems. They're doing quite well for themselves. Dude, I couldn't tell you any time I've ever been given a $3 raise working for any company. I mean, that's just unheard of. Like I said, most cost of living raises are like 3-4%. You figure that out. I mean, bumping them $3, that's way over 4%. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the one that's got the Beamer. Yeah, that's her. She's got the Beamer. She can afford that stuff nowadays. Shit.
And these numbers ain't matching up again.
Imagine that. Might have to get my dog on. You know what I mean?
Building permit. Estimated 2021 budget was 2,000 on the 2022 budget. I am looking at the 2023 budget and it says building permit. Actual 2021 was 6,018.
So just to give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
A 3% raise, right, on $16 is 48 cents.
Right.
they jumped them from, even if they jumped them, they jumped them almost 200.
Bro,
Jumped them up
yeah,
hardcore.
yeah, 200%. I mean, she must be doing something right, you know.
Apparently, they both are. I listen. Anybody in the town can tell me the last time that they ever got a $3 raise or a 200% increase in pay. Please let me know. I'd love to find the company that you were working for.
Bro, we're hiring. Come on out, man. You could be you could be the next fucking Marshall.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
They won't hire you, that you people guy.
That's because he's always walking around without a shirt on.
Well, I mean, you got to have eye candy for people too. I mean, come on.
Well, that's true.
I mean,
I can't say that I blame you. If you got to flaunt it.
Right? I mean, if you've got a beautiful chicken chest like I've got, you got to show that thing off.
You know, at the end of the day, guys, I think what you're dealing with here is just, it's huge. And I really wish that more people would take an eyeball at this, you know, and look at it and see what we're seeing, because this is insane. I cannot believe that. And here's a perfect example. Vern brought up earlier, because I've been watching this on and off all day with you guys, right?
Right.
I kind of been bouncing in and out, but one of the things that kind of struck me was Vern had said something to the effect of that. Oh God damn it! I just had it in my head and I forgot what I was saying. He was talking about the amount of money that's coming that was going into the town and then was going out. But there was something else. I can't remember. When I think of it, I'll get back. I'm sorry. I'm just
it's all good, man.
Today.
Hey, I do that shit too.
I hope that you succeed and do the right thing.
Well, you know,
transparency would be great.
Well, I think
you should really look out for guys like this walking around.
Right.
Okay, when you see guys like this walking around,
and the ones in all black.
Yeah.
The ones in all black too.
The ones in all black. Like these guys walking around, they're all auditors. Don't trust these guys right here. They're auditors and they're cop watchers. So just don't trust guys like this that walk around and unprofessionally get onto lives with no shirt on with their chicken chests because they're not professionals and they need to get a job. So
20 network with it happens to be about 420.
But
just saying.
So
watch out for those others.
So John, I know I'm not very knowledgeable on budgets and whatnot and so forth, but this place fucking hurts my head already as it is.
Yeah.
So why would the 2023 budget have an estimated budget for 2022? Shouldn't that be an actual budget? Shouldn't that reflect what already they paid out in 2022?
Yes.
Statutory town. They just do what they want.
Statutory town.
Well,
let me pop this in. I'm gonna pop in here really quick underneath another thing here, and I'm gonna pop this on, and we can take a quick look at this. I'll post the 2023 budget up on the Facebook, so that way everybody else can get a copy of it.
2022.
Yeah. No, 2023. I asked for the 2023 budget. So
you just got it after that phone call he had with Tyra.
I just got it after that phone call.
Okay. Well,
we called Tyra and she gave it to him.
Well,
all you got to do is just call her, John. She's really friendly.
I think what you should do is I think somebody should go in person and get pictures of the budget in person and see what you get, whether the numbers are the same, if they're different like they were for 22, because and this is the reason why I say you go in person, and even Rogue Nation will say this to you too. the reason why you go in person, or Rice Krispie is a perfect example of why. When you go in person, right, they don't have the ability to change the numbers. When you do it by email, they have the ability to change the numbers. That's the reason why the stuff is supposed to be in a binder, open to the public upon request for review. Because if it's in the binder, they can't change the numbers. The numbers are there. They can't turn around and go cross the number out and change it. If they're on an email and they're giving it to you in an email, they can change the numbers. That's the whole purpose of going in person.
Right. Well, and I mean, this is a PDF, and the budget is just like the other one. It's signed, and it says that it's prepared by Tyra. So, I mean, if we can get different numbers off of what they have in the office, but I don't even think there was anything in the office. I think we've had a few people go in there, request it, and haven't gotten it. Right, good citizen?
Well, that's the thing that you need to do, is you need to do that. And the people, if go in, they need to be recording when they go in. And if there's no budget in a binder for them to view, then they need to call her out on that and say, why are you violating the law? This is supposed to be open for review, and it's supposed to be open for public inspection. Now, I'm here now. I want to see it now. Not
right.
You know what I mean? It's not, and that's the whole purpose behind the law, is, like I said, so they can't change numbers. The email that she sent you with a PDF file, listen, I can go into Microsoft Word or whatever the hell they got for the Microsoft stuff, and I can go in and I can create the same thing that he has on a PDF. I can hand you one, and I can hand Good Citizen another one, same years, different numbers.
Right.
That's the purpose of it.
Okay, let's see here.
But I'm sure you're going to get a copy and paste job. Just saying.
Well, the numbers are kind of off on this one as well. The numbers are kind of off on this one as well. But let's see if we can...
Couldn't be. Oh, there they are.
But as you can see, it's the 2023 budget. So why would the 2022 budget be estimated on this one when it should be an actual?
That's right, because 2022 is come and gone. It should be actual payout, what they paid out, the actual number that they paid out for the year, right?
Right.
If they were over or under, it would show over or under on what they paid, what they paid, or what they underpaid, or what they overpaid. You know what I mean? All that should have been in there. So,
well,
look at
one
that.
thing I'm sure of is I can definitely understand the auditor's frustration, right? I could understand why an auditor would quit. I would understand why the next one couldn't get the numbers right, and I'd understand why nobody else would want to come deal with this. That I can understand.
Well, and I can understand what John is saying here with the whole budget, how it's supposed to look like it. You know, you're supposed to know whether or not you've gone over your budget or not. Well, here, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this one right here. And this one is the 2022 budget, right? And it's got the actual of 2020, the estimated budget of 2021. So it's doing the same thing as the other one. It's doing an estimated for the year before.
And both of them should be actual.
Right. And both of them should be actual. And then you've got 555 over here for the building permit for actual 2020. And then 2021 is estimated at 2,000. But then you go back over to this one, and your building permit is at 6,018 actual. But you didn't see what was there before. You know, they didn't put that there. They didn't put like a little red or, you know, a little minus next to it. Oh shit, we went over this much. You're not
and
seeing that.
not only that, and like I said, is most of the time what happens is when you're dealing with budgets, if you come under the budget, generally what happens is anything that's left over, you lose that money the following year because it shows that you didn't need that money. You know what I mean? That you over budgeted. So what it does is it takes that money from you. So for the sake of argument, you put in an actual of 750, but you had an estimate of 1,000. Well, that
Right.
other $250, you lose it for the next year. You'll get the 750 plus whatever the cost of living is for the next year coming up, whether it be 3, 5, whatever percentage it is, right?
So it would interest them and it would benefit them to make the numbers look low, but then have to fucking spend a shit ton of money, right?
No. It would what they would
Like,
have
wouldn't
to do.
it give them a bigger budget if they budgeted for 2,000 and then ended up spending 6?
No. So when you start doing that, now you're gonna take and you're gonna put the town in the negative. Not, you know what I mean? So essentially, if you're budgeting for, say, like I said, you budget for 750, right?
Right.
So it's in your interest if you budgeted for 750, you want to make sure that you spend 750. So if you spend 500 instead of 750, you're still going to spend that other $250 some way or another. So if that means, and I'm not saying that this ever happened, but that means you get a company out there that's willing to write you a doctored bill for that $250. Okay.
Right.
So that you come at the 700. So then the next year, when you budget for that particular item, you're still at the 700. Even though when you spent the 5, that $250 you had playing around with, you've spent it on paper, but you haven't. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like money in your pocket type of deal.
Well, I don't know. I mean, see, that's where I'm getting confused because the numbers are all over the place, right?
Well, I think that's part of the
they
problem.
they only estimated for 2,000, but they ended up supposedly having $6,000 worth of building permits, right? And then you look here on this one, I'm not showing it. This one here, the building permit for 2022 actual was 555. That's pretty like random low number, don't you think?
Right. I
Well,
would think so.
You would think until you look over here at the estimated budget for 2022, and what does that say?
That's the one with the 6, right?
This is the one with the building permit here, right here.
Oh yeah. The
Building
25.
permit for 2022. What is the estimated budget for 2022 after it's already passed? $555. Same thing that it was in 2020. But you spent $6,000 or brought in. I'm not sure if that's bringing in or if you spent out. There's no.
When you're dealing with building permits, the $6,000 is what they brought in from the people of the town. So anybody that applied for a building permit that paid for the permit, that $6,000 is, in my opinion, and I may be wrong, but in my opinion, that $6,000 is what the town brought in collections for the permits. Okay, that's what my thinking would be.
Well, that's what my thinking would be too, right? But isn't
I
a
love how
budget?
there's no budget for animal control there though.
There's no budget for animal control yet. I do believe there was a budget for animal control over here. Hold on, let me see.
Sure was, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. Estimated budget for 2021 was 200 and approved budget for 2022 was $100.
Why isn't that on there?
So hold on a second. Now, see, that's where I'm getting confused, right? So it says on the 2022 budget that these are revenue fees and fines. So that would tell me that they're bringing in this money. So why would you just estimate that you're only going to bring in $555 in 2022 when you brought in $6,000 the year prior, and then approve a budget of, I don't understand a budget on this. Why is the money that's being brought in on the budget? Can you tell me that?
No, I can't. You know why? Because nobody understands what she's doing with the numbers. This is why the auditors are walking out. They're never going to figure this out. I'm going to tell you that.
Right.
See, this is my point.
Where it says franchise electric. So
Right.
franchise electric, you'd think that would be our electric bill for the year, right? But
Well,
again, there's no minus. And if you go down to the total, it's all added in together.
Yeah.
Like it was a plus.
But you know, and the funny thing is this. Now this is on the 23. So, and like I said, I'm just looking at the numbers that you guys are putting up there. But I mean, it says they approved 13,718, right? It said they spent 13,454, which the difference would be between those two numbers, right?
Right.
So, I mean,
they got it right between.
But again, I'm trying to figure out because I'm trying to figure out because a budget, in my opinion, is what they would spend. Right? Like they're supposed to come up with an estimate of how much money the town is putting out. That's what a budget is.
So the budget, the original budget that they vote on is an estimate. What you should be getting is you should be getting, like on the last column here, it says approved budget for 2023, right? For the sake of argument, you go to your, what is it? The animal control there, perfect one, right?
Right.
$200, right? So if they spent $200 in that first column that says actual, it should say actual 2023. At the end of this fiscal year, you would see the actual that they spent. If they didn't spend the $200, it would have, say for the sake of argument, it would have $100, right? So,
Well, right, but you don't even have an actual on 2022.
And the problem here is you're looking at numbers from 21 and 22. Well,
Right. So
again,
you're looking again, the actual is 2021. Right? The estimated budget is 2022. The approved budget for 2023. So that's what they've approved for 2023. That's the approved estimated budget.
And the thing is what you should be looking at is you should be looking at actual numbers for 21 and 22. If they were
Right.
use those. And that's when the
But John, look at auto tax. When you go to try to see actual on there, and that's a $25,000, that we're talking about here. And if you look at that, they actually leave that one blank, Like that's a big fucking portion of money to just leave blank as far as what did the actual come to.
Well, how are they pulling in auto tax? They don't have a DMV there.
I guess
registered in the town, they get a cut.
Oh.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. Like, yeah. So Aguilar doesn't get paid directly. The fucking county picks up the tax and distributes it. You know what I mean? So she was just giving you a runabout how they don't collect the money. Well, yeah, she's using the words against you. Yeah, they don't collect the money. And the fucking county does, and then disperses it back to them. Here, right here is where you see cigarette tax, right? Sales tax, fucking $84,000, right? Sales use tax, $17,000. They don't collect these fucking taxes. They go to the county and they're dispersed back. You see,
So why would they be on their budget if they're not bringing it in right now? Because technically they're not bringing in that money. That money's being held. Same thing with the lottery. Look, they've got lottery numbers on there. Estimated for 7,363 for 22. But you're not
110, almost 111 actual just in county and state taxes. That's county and state. That's not touching Aguilar. It's only county and state. 110,000, almost 111.
They still have to list those in the budgets because even though when it goes through the state, they still would have to list that.
Well, that 110 is not including the 25 that's missing from the budget up there.
Well, that
See what I mean?
That poses another question that I had. You and I had talked about the $66,000 loan for the water thing, right? You know what I'm not seeing in here, and maybe I'm wrong, and you can maybe scroll back up, but I don't see anything about that loan, the $66,000 loan in here. Do you?
Well, there might be on a couple of the other pages. It's not just this one page. This is
I just wanted to make sure, because
there's more. There's like 6 or 7 more pages that go along with this. This is just one page. This is just the first page because it's just easy to flip between the two, and it's right here. You know what I'm saying? But
I got you. There's a lot of stuff going. There's a lot of money moving through this town, and
right.
And there's no actual figures. And here's the problem too, is all this stuff that they're listing in here, they got to produce receipts for. You know what I mean?
Well, just look at the revenue at the bottom as well. It goes from 231,000 to 359,000.
You know, the funny part is that's for 21. That's not even for 23.
Right.
So, again, that kind of poses the question that I had the last time we spoke about the budget from even last year, which is you would think the numbers would go up because inflation. If the inflation goes up, the numbers should be going up, not down.
Right, and that was
down.
Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
I'm sorry. I was just agreeing with you. That's what I was trying to mention earlier, is that why would you estimate really low if you know that you're going to bring in more than that? Like the year before you brought in $6,000. You're going to estimate you're only bringing in 555 on that shit?
Yeah, and again, it doesn't make much sense to me. And like I said, and this is the problem, and this is why I think that as much as the state is going, we're not going to send somebody in there. Well, my argument to the state would be this. Well, wait a minute. According to the paperwork that we've been given on the budget here, we've been paying for an auditor for the past 3 years minimum, and nothing's been done. No audits have been done.
You know what? Let me check that really quick here.
I'm pretty sure if you go back, you'll see it. It's like $1,800 and change that they were paying for.
Well, no, I'm looking on the 2023. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Refunds and discounts. I wonder who refunded us.
How come we don't pay for fire protection? There's nothing underneath fire protection.
Because it's volunteer.
Oh.
They don't get through them. We fund them. The people do.
Do you guys rely on an outside department to come in if there's a fire?
Well, we just have the volunteer. And if it gets out of control where the volunteer can't handle it, the state comes in and handles it.
What the fuck? Why do they have that listed twice? 01 357.
Are you actually asking that question?
No. Because it's. All right, so the screen that we're looking at now with the DOLA Historical Project, the DOLA Library Center, all that, right? That's later on down here again. It's all listed again. It's all empty still. But then you go back down to lottery, right? And it says CTF, lottery, but it says eligible. What's that?
Huh.
Is that the money that they're eligible for, even though they got money taken away? Because that one, the actual is 2,921 for 21, and then they're estimating that they're going to get 900 for 2022 and 900 for 2023.
Are they selling a lot in the town?
Well, 12,500 one year, 7,363 another, and 2,890 another.
Mm-hmm.
That's not my question, though. My question is are they selling lottery tickets in the town?
Yeah, but they're not eligible for the money because the money's being held until the audit gets done. That's part of the money that's being held.
That money should be part of the state, you know?
Right. That's why I'm wondering why they have that stuff listed twice, but they have it listed underneath lottery eligible, and they have 3 different numbers, like the 2023 over here on the lottery over here, right? The 01357 CTF lottery. It says estimated for 2023 is 12,501. This one, the eligible lottery, is 12,581. I'm not understanding these flipping numbers here because they don't. It keeps repeating. I'm still looking for the audit though. Hey, we've got $5,168 in bank charges.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I highly doubt that's revenue.
Better hope it's not over.
Well, they add it all up at the. Oh yeah, this is expenditures. So, I guess that one's the revenue up at the top, and then these ones are the expenditures out. So, hold on. So, do they pay to put lottery out there? Or is that the vendor?
I would think that would be
I don't know how that works. I don't know if you have to pay the lottery to be a part of the lottery to sell the lottery. I don't know how that works. If anybody's got any information on that, because this is saying it's an expenditure that they've spent $2,921 on the lottery.
Maybe Mark turned in his lottery receipts.
Yeah, I haven't had to deal with since I was knee deep in kids, and that was going back into the early 90s when my kids were babies. And I'll tell you right now, I know that in Massachusetts, with the Massachusetts lottery, the way it worked, the store got a percentage of what they sold for tickets, and the lottery took the rest. So if you sold a $1 ticket, right, at that time, a $1 ticket would, the lottery would get like 50 cents. The store would get 20, 25 cents, whatever it was. You know what I mean? It breaks down, but it's between the store and the lottery or the state in that facility that sells the ticket. You know what I mean? Now the town that they're in may get a percentage too, but I'm not sure. It's been so long, and you got to remember, I'm in Massachusetts, totally different beast from Colorado.
Right.
But it kind of gives you,
I'm gonna go back over to this other budget here because I'm curious. Fire protection, law enforcement, blah 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 blah. Dun, 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 dun. Water sales.
Water sales. Get
Water
your water
sales.
sales.
About water hauling.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to this one because I don't have it. Maybe I can flip it over onto the computer. I mean, onto my phone here and maybe bring it up. This was the 2022 budget. Again, it's estimated budget a year after, but this is the water sales that they're not supposed to have. They're not supposed to be selling water. That's 175 straight across, right?
Don't forget the $100 each for services. The water haul sales.
Well, no, we're just focusing on the water haul sales. So that says, an estimated of 175, but it also said an actual of 175 in water sales that they're not supposed to be doing.
Well, if you look at it, you people, it's 185 because you have to add all of them together. If you go back to it, all that. See, now look at this. If you look at that actual number, the total is 201,686, right?
Right.
The one that you just had up says 185. Look at the total, 185.6, right?
Yep.
Going across the board, and the one you just showed me says 205. So which one's the actual number? And you're talking.
What's the difference in a few thousand here, guys?
And the approved budget for 2022 on this one here is 175, but their estimated budget for 2022 on the 2023 budget is $190,000. So how do you approve it for 175 but estimate that you're going to use or you're going to get, because that's revenue. It's coming up as revenue. So they made $186,000 on water sales that supposedly they weren't supposed to be selling any water. I mean, unless it's to the town. You think that's for the townspeople?
I don't know, and that's again, these are the questions that need to be asked, and questions that I hate to say it, but the state should be asking these questions. It
doesn't make any sense. And then you've got the water hauler sales, right? They're not supposed to be hauling water out of there, but apparently in 2021 they pulled an actual of $6,397 for water hauler sales.
See, now if you look at the paperwork that you have on the screen right now, for the water hauler sales, it says 6,000, and then it goes down in 21 to 5, and then 22 it goes down to 5.
Well, the estimated budget for this one in 2022 is $7,689, which is a real random number to be doing an estimate with. But it's the same as the approved budget in 2023.
Oh my God, my head hurts.
And I haven't even found the audits yet. So let's continue here.
Daylight come and you want go. Work all night on a drink of rum.
Scroll down here. So these USDA DOLA water system import continued and import engineering and import miscellaneous. So the import continued, even though they have nothing up there for this budget.
I'm curious, what is staff development what are the membership dues? We still haven't figured that one out.
No, and those are all 500, and even on this one, on this budget here, they've got membership dues, right? The actual for 2021 was 746.
Really? Because the actual that we're looking at says 500
across the board.
I'm with you, John. John Tracy says very confusing.
Right. For 2022, the estimated on the 2022 is 811. But they've got 500 up here for the approved budget, which would have been an estimated budget. And then their approved budget for that is, of course, 811. I'm wondering if they're including 2022 with 2023 and think it's the same thing.
I don't think so.
I don't know. 'Cause there's a lot of numbers. There's a lot of numbers that match.
$300,000 budget. You'd think they'd be able to afford some fucking paint for the damn building. You know what I mean?
Be able to afford cement for the front stairs too, but that doesn't happen.
Well, at least the loan payment has stayed the same. It's stayed $65,840 across the board on this one as well.
Well, here's my question. When you're making payments on a loan, doesn't the loan go down?
It should.
So why would the loan numbers stay the same? Because
they're paying on like a $5 million loan. This isn't just some small loan, John. This was a $5+ million loan to get this augmentation pond done.
No. Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is on that, it doesn't specify that it's on a $5 million loan. It says it's a $66,000 loan. Right.
Well, I think that's just their payment because it's the USDA loan payment. So they're not gonna list how much they owe. Why would they do that? Because then, people would know how much they owe on the loan, and then they would have to admit that they got a loan. Even though they're admitting just by this that they're paying on a loan.
But still, you would think that if you're paying $66,000 a year, right, on a loan, and even if it's a 15-year loan, right, after the first 5 years, which is, I would assume, where we're at right now on this, even if it's not, give them the benefit of the doubt, say it's 3 years, right?
Right.
The loan payment should be going down because the principal and interest should be pretty much paid down. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know what you're saying.
It only makes sense that, like, it's like a car loan. If you're paying on your goddamn car, you may pay the same amount of money, but at some point, the loan is going down. So you only owe X amount of dollars for X amount of time left. And that's what you're not seeing, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to. It doesn't make much sense to me. That you're
No, it doesn't. But then again, right down below that one, you have 473, augmentation engineer. It's completely closed across the board there. There's nothing there for estimates or approved or actual. But apparently, in 2021, they actually paid the augmentation engineer $23,448. And they're estimating in 2022 that they would have had to pay him $16,645 more.
Which begs the question of, what did he do for the 25 grand? Did he come out and did he turn around and look at the area that the pond was supposed to go in, give some type of report on that? He do some type of report saying, okay, we can do it here, we can't do it here, there's an issue with the ground here, there's an issue with the groundwater here. You know what I mean?
Right.
These are the questions that probably should be getting asked, I guess.
Well, and you would think if they had an engineer on it, there would be some sort of construction, right? I mean, we did a year ago, or Aguilar did a year ago, pay for $26,000 for construction on the augmentation pond, right? I mean, that should at least be in this budget.
Well, I guess my thinking would be even before the 26,000 would be if the engineer came out, even if he did a report, there should be a copy of that report somewhere. Somebody's gonna have it.
Right, but again, here we're working off of, on the budget that's being shown, the 6584, the very first one is 2020. That's the actual for 2020.
Well, just for the sake of argument, let me play devil's advocate, okay? For the sake of argument, right? The engineer comes out, he does a report and says, you know what, the augmentation pond's not going to work over here, right? And that report is sitting on somebody's desk somewhere, whether it's hidden or not, right? And they're putting together figures and they're paying people or they're taking out grants or whatever they're doing for more money for a pond that they know they can't do. So where's that money going?
Right. I mean, there's another question. But again, if you had an engineer and you paid that engineer $23,000, he obviously had to have done something, right?
Exactly. And if he did something, there has to be a written report somewhere.
And then you would figure if that report was favorable, there would be some sort of construction that was being done because, as we heard in the meeting that I just played, they needed to get this augmentation pond done by September of this year.
Yep.
Had to be done.
Exactly, which kind of begs the question, what's in the report?
Well, where's the augmentation construction fund? Right?
Yeah.
On this budget that I'm showing here. And even here, the one that I'm looking at, the 2023 budget, you've got the engineer that was paid in 2021 and has an estimate in 2022, which means he had to have been paid because they estimated to use them. But there's no construction. There's no building and land. How are they not paying on the land? Do they, I mean, is it just that they already own it because they're Aguilar and the augmentation pond is outside of Aguilar? How do you own property outside of Aguilar if it's not inside the city limits?
They're a statutory town.
They're a statutory town. They don't have to pay for land. That's my point. Like, yeah, they got the loan, but they got to be paying a loan on something. There's got to be like land. There's got to be equipment, water systems running out there, something. There's got to be those four elements to be in construction.
Well, that kind of begs the question, if it's outside of Aguilar, did Aguilar purchase the property? And if they purchased the property, why weren't the citizens of Aguilar notified of that purchase?
Well, right. I mean, you would see it in the budget somewhere in at least this one.
Or at least you would see something that said land purchase or something to that effect. Property.
But what if we purchased the land way back in 2006 and haven't done anything with it since? John, do you think that would still pop up underneath?
It should be deeded. It should be a deeded property.
It should be a deeded property. But I don't think that we'd still be paying on it if we owned it after.
No, I don't think so. I think that
almost 20 years.
Well, unless they did a 30-year mortgage on something like that, which is quite possible. Sometimes some places do that. You know, I mean, realistically, I mean, you would think that they would do like a normal homeowner and do a 15, but hey, you know, I've seen stranger things. I mean, the town I live in, they actually tried to do like a 30-year loan in order to rebuild different departments out here. So, you know, again, anything's possible.
We have different bank fees here.
Yeah.
So there's another set of bank fees that's listed here.
Maybe those are the bounce check fees.
Shit. So apparently they paid $2,029 for the audit.
Yeah.
That says 1875 all the way across.
Yeah.
But apparently they paid $2,029 to have the water. Oh, and they paid the water attorney $15,000, $16,000 almost.
Remember, the water attorney is the one who came into the meeting and said we have to turn all that power over. That wasn't the town's attorney. That was the water attorney that said give Tyra and Donald all the power. Remember, we paid $15,000 for that. Yeah.
That's funny because I'm looking at the one that you got up on the thing. It says 5.
Yeah, it says 5,000 all the way across it on that one. But no, the actual on the 2023 is $15,986.
Okay. Here's, I guess, the next question is: has anybody met this water attorney? Does anybody know if he really exists? I mean,
we heard him in a meeting on a call once.
Yeah, but here's the funny thing. They must not think that they're going to need him coming up the next couple of years, or at least from last year and this year, because their 2022 estimated is only $2,061 for that attorney. But they're also estimating no money in that year for an audit either. But then again, for the approved budget for 2023, I guess you got to approve something. So they're going to approve a $2,000 budget for the audit. What gets me is why isn't that 1875 that's up across this board, why isn't that showing up as an estimated for 2022? Just like it's here in the approved budget for 2022.
Well,
see, this is why I say, and everybody else, even you, John, are saying like these numbers don't make sense, and this budget just doesn't make sense, because you would figure at least if you're going to put estimated budget for 2022 in this budget, you would match it up with the approved budget, which is an estimated budget. You estimate what your budget's going to be, and then you approve it.
But again, that also brings us back to the same thing, which is, one, the actual numbers should be in there for 2022. Okay.
They should, along with everything else. I mean, there should be more numbers on this page than just what's here.
Also, that also brings us back to the whole thing about visually inspecting the numbers in person, because what you're getting here, some of this is the stuff that you guys went in person to get, right? Which were the numbers that were in the book that you guys got to see, as opposed to what she sent you in the email. You understand where I'm coming from? Because the numbers that you got in the email are contradicting the stuff that you saw in the book.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's where I think part of it, this is why it's so goddamn confusing. This is why I think the auditors are walking out. They don't want to deal with this shit. It's a goddamn nightmare.
Hold on, John. So this budget right here, the one that we've been looking at, this budget here, is not from the book. It's not pictures that we took out of this is off of their official website that they've released. They still haven't released the 2023. But I mean, this is just as good as going into the office, because they put it on the official government website. Yes. This is all public. This is the public information that they are putting out for the public, regardless what's in that office. This is what they're putting out for the public. This is on the official government website.
I understand what you're
right, but we got to go. We got to go down and get it in person. Vern, go down and get it in person.
And not only that, though, and here's the thing, and this is what I was saying. Even though it's the government website, you've seen what I'm talking about, which is the numbers can be changed. I don't care if you're putting it on the Aguilar website. I don't care if you're putting on You People's website. You know what I'm saying? You can change those numbers because it's computer. It's all generated on a computer.
Well,
why.
hold on. They can change the numbers, but would it be smart at this point, John?
Not at all. But here's
No.
the problem. They've already put those numbers on the website. The numbers they knew. I mean, listen, I'm no mathematician. I'm no goddamn genius. Nobody's special. But it doesn't take a genius to understand that you copy and paste the numbers, you're throwing numbers out there so that people go, oh, okay, well, everything looks fine here. And it's not fine here because those numbers that they're putting there to appease you. When if you went in person and you looked at the actual numbers that they're supposed to be putting down, you'd be going, what the hell's going on here? There's so many discrepancies between what's on the website and what's here in person. No, something's wrong here. And the more people that see the difference between the two, the better off it is, because those are the people that need to go forward and step up to the state and say to the state, what the hell is going on down here? You're holding this money from this town. These people are giving us the runaround. We go in there in person to look for the actual numbers that are supposed to be posted. The numbers that are posted in the book aren't the same as what they're putting on their website. Somebody needs to get an actual team of auditors into this place, because no single auditor is going to take this on. It's too much of a goddamn nightmare.
Right?
It's a nightmare. Yeah, for sure.
That's at the end of the day.
There's no financial concerns though. So at least we have that going for us.
Yeah,
I mean,
agree.
The mayor's not concerned, so I mean, we shouldn't be.
Yeah, I feel bad.
And if it wasn't true, why would he say it on the news, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
That's like pissing on my leg and telling me it's raining.
Yep. That is just it, man. It's just obey. Stop asking questions. Sick of this shit.
You saw what happened with Vern when he asked questions. And he's still asking questions, and they're still messing with him. It wasn't good enough for them to get him off of the council. They just wanted to perpetuate it even further. And I understand retaliation's real. Don't get me wrong, but there's strength in numbers, and I've said this before. As long as everybody sticks together, and Vern's got his neighbors, and when these people come around and they stop knocking on Vern's door, if they got 4 fucking cameras pointed at them, guess what they're not going to do? Fuck with Vern, because they're going to realize there's 4 fucking cameras on them at all times. If they go and send people to your house, good citizen, and they got fucking 6 fucking cameras on them, guess what they're not going to do? Keep fucking with you at your house. Now, they may think that they're going to get away with talking shit, but that's all they're going to be doing is talking. At the end of the goddamn day, the more people that are out there protecting one another from the people that are causing the problem, the better off you guys are. And that's what I think a lot of people need to understand is, you know what? Set up a goddamn system where you can alert one another with a goddamn text message. Get into a group fucking chat. You know what I mean? Or whatever on text message. Hey, they're at my fucking house, and click a fucking send button. And then all of a sudden you got fucking 8 guys over there with cameras. You think they're going to keep fucking with you?
You never know. They don't learn too easy around here, I suppose.
Yeah, they probably don't. But you know what? When they start going to jail one by one for being stupid, I think they're going to start fucking realizing that first of all, the sheriff can sit here and go, it's a conflict of interest, all he wants. But at the end of the day, he's still got to do his fucking job. And if he's got to start jailing people, and he's got to start jailing his friends for fucking breaking the law, they're going to stop breaking the fucking law. Whether he likes it or not, he's got to enforce it. And if he doesn't want to do it...
We got Jason came in here. He's a.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening, brother John. I'm hearing you, brother. I'm hearing you.
Great
Oh,
American.
my man Blue.
He even does his hair red, blue, and white. You know.
Jason's the man. And a solid voice, by the way.
Good to see you,
Good to
Jason.
see you, John.
What's up, Jason?
You people was good, brother.
Everything's good.
I just been listening. I've been fucking hating. I've been listening. I've been hating.
Yeah.
Nothing I
apparently
can
all
do.
we do.
Nothing I can fucking do.
Right?
Not a fucking thing I can do.
Dude, I'm gonna have to get Big Lou. We're gonna have to get together and with Big Lou, maybe take a trip out there.
Right?
That would be fun. I'll tell you that. I wouldn't mind. But
Oh, and the scenery, man. You love it.
I
Beautiful
gotta,
area.
And
Cheers to that Pepsi.
It pains me to see what you guys are going through. It really does. You know, it's hard. It's hard
Cheers
breaking.
to that Pepsi, brother. I knew I heard that shit, brother.
You know, you got a lot of good people in this place. You know, and everybody is trying to get things straightened out and get this town back on track. And until everybody starts getting on board and everybody starts asking the questions that we're asking, or even ask questions that they ask, you know,
right?
You go into the town hall, say, hey, I want to see, you know, I want to see the books. I want to see the actual figures. I want to see what's going on.
The lawyer said that's harassing.
Yeah, the lawyer can suck my nut. Straight up. Suck my fucking left nut. Because at the end of the day,
Vern
doing the
would
fucking
get a lot
job.
further with them if he wasn't harassing them, the lawyer says. Something to that effect.
You know
I'm
what?
paraphrasing. But
I listen. I'm going to paraphrase it for the lawyer. Harassment is when you're turning around and you don't have a purpose. You guys are going in there with a purpose. You are trying to get information that you are publicly allowed to get. And if the lawyer thinks that harassment is going to fly in any goddamn court when you're dealing with government agency, he's a fucking moron. Straight up fucking moron. I don't care who he is. He's a joke. He can't turn around and tell you can't go in and request information. It's not harassment. It's called public information. That's why they work for the public. Maybe the lawyer just forgot the first year of fucking law school, you know, the First Amendment and shit. They teach that back in law school, first year. He should fucking probably refresh himself on that. You know,
right.
You know that cockamamie thing that he thinks so little about. You know, fucking moron.
Just twist.
In my opinion, he's a fucking moron.
Right?
I don't want to get sued for defamation or libel or slander. Fuck it.
That shit.
At the end of the day, you guys going in there looking for public information, making public records requests. Dude, you could make 50,000 fucking record requests, and it's still not fucking harassment as long as they're record requests. At the end of the day, too fucking bad. Do your fucking job. Do it the way you're supposed to do it, and if you're not, get the fuck out of the way.
Right?
100%. 100%. You got her.
You know, it's annoying
Fuck
when
that
you.
world we live in.
It's annoying when you see these people that are more of a hindrance than they are help. And if you're gonna fucking hinder people from fucking getting shit done, dude, how the fuck do you sleep at night knowing that you got an entire town of people that can't fucking can't bathe in the fucking water that they're supposed to be paying for? They can't drink the water they're supposed to be paying for. How the fuck do you sleep at night? I couldn't.
I think they do it with the fan on.
You fucking got her, son. You just do it your way.
A fan on and 2 bags over their
Good
head.
to see you people. Meet you. John, lovely to see y'all.
Right?
It's a world we can't fix. We can fix it together, but it ain't happening. It's fucked up.
We're trying.
Yeah. We can spit about it. We talk about it. It's fucked up.
You know,
My baby's got to live through this shit.
and that, you know, and that's the thing, you know, at the goddamn day.
Well underpaid. Well underpaid. Well underpaid. And I'm seeing that shit. Well underpaid. Did they do it right?
At the end of the day, we're really not doing this for us. We're doing this for our future. And that's the problem. I don't think people understand. You know,
Well, you and me don't have a future. You and me don't have a future. You got children.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's our children, our grandchildren, our great grandchildren. You know, just following down the line. I mean, how much more do they want? You know, it's not bad enough that they're taking over 30% in taxes from you. It's not bad enough you're busting your ass and they're fucking raising the price of goddamn gas down here. You know, everything that they can slap a price tag on.
The Jason guy can't even have a gun, man. What do you mean?
Oh my God! Did you see the new one that they're trying to do? The 1,000% tax on buying a fucking gun in California.
Did you see what they just did in New Mexico? They just took away everybody's fucking gun rights.
It was a gun
for 30 days, right? 30 day.
Gun owners of America has already filed an ex parte restraining order against the governor of New Mexico. They're already in federal court with this shit. They're filing an emergency injunction to get the restraining order to have the order
go down and protest, John. But I'm trying to figure that shit out. But yeah, I want to get down there and protest because it's about 3 hours from me, so it's doable. Trying to figure that part out. You know, it's about the same distance to Denver, so it's practical to get to
the sheriff of Bernalillo County finally came out today and said, "I'm not fucking enforcing this shit. So good luck." She's trying to get the Arizona DPS. I mean, not Arizona, the New Mexico DPS, the state police down there to enforce the edict that she's putting in. And I want you guys to listen to her statement when she read her statement.
Yeah, I heard it.
You're going to notice a word that came out in her statement, which is the same one that we've heard from Hawaii recently, which is a proclamation. These officials have come out with these new proclamations, you know, thinking that these mean something to us people that have said, yeah, go fuck yourself. So, you know,
I love how they're doing it under the guise of health and wellness. You know.
Well, you know, it's funny because if that was the guys, then maybe she should be outlawing knives. She should be outlawing drunk drivers.
Anything, right? Like how many different ways to die, right? Like all that shit needs to be outlawed now, dude.
Those were the number one. Those were the number one killers in New Mexico for last year. So, I mean, doesn't make much sense to me that you're picking one specific little incident and then you're going with that. Not to mention the fact that she's making everybody that is a gun owner, legal gun owner, a soft target for the criminals who she said in her statement won't follow the law.
Right, and now all those fucking store owners are sitting there fucking unarmed, just waiting.
They're literally sitting ducks. Why don't you just call in the carnival and just fucking have them go ping, ping, ping?
Wow.
I'd love to get down there and protest, but we'll see if it happens or not.
Yeah.
Because that's worth protesting.
Well, listen, guys, I got to get going. I got my future bugging me. He wants to get in a quick game before bed. My grandson's bugging me about
it. Coming up, man.
So listen, you know, like I said, hopefully you guys can get enough people back on board with this and decide that maybe they want to take a trip down to the town hall and start asking the question.
Yep.
You know,
what's up,
even if it provokes thought. That's something.
That's pretty much all we're trying to do, John, is trying to provoke everybody's thoughts on what's going on here. And, you know, we want to try and get those people that seem to have this deep-seated idea that they're doing no wrong. I think by now, John, I think we're just trying to take the hammer and go, look, they're doing wrong.
Fuck yeah, brother.
Yeah, the hammer doesn't go on the thumb; it goes on the nail. And,
right?
Yeah, I get it. And like I said, it's just a matter of them to, you know, I think it's just a matter, like I said, getting people on board, provoking the thought, and hopefully getting the community to come together. So, like I said, if people are messing with them, that they have 4 to 5 people coming out with cameras in hands going and filming these morons that are coming out there trying to, you know, seek retribution for those that are speaking up. Because at the end of the day, like I said, there's power in numbers. And the thing is if they weren't scared, they wouldn't be sending somebody else to do their dirty work. At the end of the day.
Well, and also too, at the end of the day, the sheriff has a job to do. He's elected to protect my constitutional rights.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we did them for.
And that's, again, that kind of brings up to what I was saying to you earlier, which I think is, you know, either
Bro,
he's gonna,
if you can't do it, then I'll just dismantle the fucking department, dude. They're worthless if they can't protect my rights.
Exactly. If you're not gonna step up and do what's right, whether you think it's a conflict or not, you know, at the end of the day, either he's gonna have to start arresting people and doing his job, or he's gonna have to get the hell out of the way and let somebody else come in and do it.
I'm gonna say tyranny is not at the lowest levels; it's at the highest levels.
Right?
Shit, we can't fuck with, right? Or can we? No.
Yeah.
We see one fuck with the highest levels. Where'd he end up?
Well, I'm willing to play the game. If I disappear, I disappear. That's the risk you take.
We're not hoping for that. We're hoping for the
I
other
disappear. It's gonna be to an island in Canada, huh, Jay?
All right. Well, listen. You guys have a good night. I'll talk to you.
All right, John.
All right, brother.
Take care, brother.
Thanks, bro. Thanks. Shit. Yeah, I'll be disappearing to
You
an
can't
island in
fix.
Canada.
Shit you can't fix.
Yeah.
Not one.
Yeah, man. I don't know. We're trying little by little by little by little. Little wins here and there.
Right.
We've been doing a lot of protesting in the streets there, Jason. So
Not
that
one.
stuff don't really make it onto YouTube, but it does get some attention around here locally. So
No.
yeah. And I'd like to go to New Mexico and protest if I can get the logistics of everything figured out. What's up, hippie?
What's up, hippie? See you, brother.
Hippie.
Yeah. You want to come up for a minute, hippie? We ain't gonna go too much longer, but I'll drop a link
We've been
for you,
going
buddy.
for 4 hours. Holy crap, man. Like, I
Time
think we could
flies.
go for a week just talking about all the lies and bullshit that we've come across within the last year.
Right. And guys, don't forget to get your bikinis.
Now this is a bikini body.
Did you not see that? That was the best shit I ever did saw.
Yeah.
What about you? Damn. Oh yeah.
Damn.
Let me some of that.
Hey, Jason, you need a twisted tea?
When do you crave refreshing iced tea? Twisted Tea wants to know.
Come on, talking smack and getting a taste of the good stuff. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, you got yours, buddy. Twisted Tea, the refreshing hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea with a kick.
1, 2, well. Call me nigga one more time, bitch. Call me
You
nigga.
got yours, buddy.
And don't forget don't forget about
my
that.
day until I've had a Dickens cider.
There's nothing better than waking up to a good old Dickens cider.
My girlfriend loves Dickens ciders. My sister came to stay with us for a month, and my husband couldn't go a day without the Dickens cider.
My girlfriend loves a Dickens cider.
My mum loves a Dickens cider.
My sister loves to wake up in the morning with a Dickens cider.
I'm a bit young, but I would love to try a Dickens cider.
So there you have it. For over 150 years, Frederick von Dickens has developed a beverage that literally brings women to their knees. So fellas, for the sake of the economy, get a Dickens cider.
That's where I say, fuck you, social media. Did you guys find that entertaining?
I did.
I sure as fuck don't. To that parent that would let that... You think my fucking kid's gonna go on social media and say, I love my No. That's what's wrong with this world today. Just fucking saying.
Well, I mean, it can't be any worse than this.
You must be Jack.
How do you do, Mr. Britton?
No. Call me Pete. Come on in. Honey, Jack's here.
I'll be down in a sec.
She'll be down in a sec. So Jack, the infamous Jack, we finally meet. How awesome is that?
Pretty great.
Right. So, do you want a Dickens cider?
What?
I said, how about a Dickens cider?
Pop me now if you don't like it.
Jack, it's no big deal. You act like you've never had a Dickens cider before. Honey, apparently Jack here has never had a Dickens cider.
If you thought it was entertaining to see those kids say that, pop me fucking now.
Let's give him one.
Okay, but can we make it quick?
Absolutely. Lucky boy, Jack. You're going to get your first one tonight. All right! You can't blame a guy for getting excited about a Dickens cider.
But wait, did you find it entertaining for those kids to say that?
Oh, I did.
Pop
Quite
me the
entertaining.
fuck now, then. Pop me the fuck out of here.
You can do that yourself.
No, what?
You thought it was entertaining for
Sorry, Mr. Bartholomew, but nothing you've said has changed my mind.
I
love you, Adam.
Thought that was fucking entertaining. That's what's wrong with this fucking world. You found that entertaining.
Everybody finds that entertaining.
When the
Except you,
kids were
Jason.
saying... When the kids were saying it. I enjoyed the old fucking, the teenager at the fucking 17-year-old, whatever he was. If you found that 4-year-old and you thought it was entertaining that the parents allowed that, no, I'm not cool with that shit. Pop me fucking now. You don't like me? No. I
So
don't
why?
like it. I don't fucking
why?
like it.
Why don't you like it, Jason?
Well, I'm a fucking adult. I have kids. Yeah, see that I can watch that shit till the end of the day. When you sit back and you find it entertaining to this
Hold
new
on.
fucking
I got one
world,
of the kids.
and you
I got
enjoy
one of the
watching
kids.
kids with their parents teaching them what the fuck they just said on the
Here,
internet.
look, I
and you
got
got
one
some fucking
with-
problems,
with
son.
a kid
You got some big
and the
problems.
parent teaching them. Watch, Jay. It's for you.
That's cool if that's funny as fuck. But I don't like the first couple ones. No, that's not fucking cool. I'm not down with that. Absolutely not.
Okay, well, we got your opinion.
Yep.
Yep.
So you enjoy
Yes,
watching
do.
kids saying that shit. That's fucking creepy.
Hey, you can't get mad at us. You got to get mad at the people that
I
that
did.
came
But
up
you're
with it.
entertaining it is what I was asking. Did you guys enjoy
Ron
it? You said
Dickinson,
you did.
he's the one that
That's
pays the
different.
bills.
He's the one that pays the bills. That's the sponsor.
He's the one that got us this dog.
That's why you got free watching.
Killing me over here.
I don't know. It's endorsed by the
On there. I'm out.
Later, Jason.
No,
Love you, brother.
done. Nice knowing y'all. Wow. too far gone. All right. Keep fighting for our freedoms. You got it.
Oh, shit.
What's up, Burn?
Looks like I got a lot of show to go back and watch.
Oh, that neighborhood lady come knock you out or what?
Man, I sat out there and fell asleep while you guys were talking.
Oh, we thought so. I called it.
It was nap time.
Well, it's almost end time now. You missed a whole long conversation, all these great little, comments that you could have made that you didn't make over an old ass video like
oh, I seen some of them he was going to play. Some of the good old stuff.
Well, yeah, like this one. Oh, I got to bring it up.
Second.
You remember that meeting, Vern?
That was one of the first 2 or 3 that I went to.
In fact, that was the very first meeting that they live streamed on Facebook.
Okay, so that was like the 3rd meeting I went to.
Back when they were trying to tell you that this augmentation pond needs to get done by September of this year.
Right, and I knew that was bullshit.
Well, I think everybody in that room knew that was bullshit because they were calling them on that bullshit.
Well, let's see, they said by December it was going to be completed.
No, actually in this video here, they said, we don't know what's going on. Everything's being held up by DOLA. We have a grant, but the money's not in the bank.
Yeah, well, they don't have the money. They don't have the grant.
But this is when they paid the construction company $26,000 to do work on the augmentation pond. But I'm trying to find it in the budget. I'm trying to find it in all 3 budgets because it would be in 2021. That's when this was. No, 2022. It should be in 2022. So there should be an expenditure of at least $26,000 towards construction. Right?
Right, and the month before that was $19,000, and that's whenever I started questioning them because that money didn't start showing up on the budget reports that we got.
Well, yeah, right.
There's a separate account she doesn't report.
Well,
at least one.
There's a bunch of stuff that she doesn't report. Let's be honest here, Vern.
Like, I agree.
We called her today, though, Vern.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just before you called that I fell asleep.
Yep. I see those meetings put you to sleep.
Good to know that Tyra's voice is soothing enough for you to sleep through.
Damn it.
I got my request though, Vern. I got my requests. I got the 2023 budget. I'll be posting the rest of it up on Facebook. I got the first page up on Facebook. Why it's not on the main website, couldn't tell you because that should have been done like...
Town's information is not the town's information.
Well, do you know here in southern Colorado, Trinidad and Walsenburg both post their budget in the newspaper?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure there's more to their budget than what we've received from Aguilar.
Oh, absolutely, but it's understandable.
Right, but like John said, the budget that we should be receiving an estimated, an actual, and an approved budget, which the approved budget would be an estimated budget, but we shouldn't be seeing next year in the same year. We shouldn't be seeing that. Like, you shouldn't be approving a budget a year in advance. That's not how it works.
No, it should be done like the other towns have done monthly.
Right.
And that's the way Trinidad and Walsenburg does it. And you could understand what they actually spent the money on. You know, they don't have $97,000 in miscellaneous. Or $92,000 in gas when you don't know if it's vehicle gas or natural gas. That was a part of a conversation today.
Yeah, we got into that conversation because it's kind of confusing. I mean, they've got the budget set up to where they have revenue and then they also have expenditures.
Right. Well, and the council doesn't approve the budget, so you have an estimated approved budget and the actual budget. The council doesn't see it till after it's spent.
Well, right.
So I don't even know why they bothered with that one.
Right, but you shouldn't have your revenue in the budget. That's
right.
not a budget thing. That's something that comes into the town. So that's not a budget. That's more of like
an income.
Income. There you go. That's an income. That's not a budget.
Right.
So why are they including all that?
It's good to see that they at least put that in it, and how accurate that is, we don't know.
Well, we don't know because, I mean, the numbers are just all over the place. They don't even match the numbers prior to. So, again, we're getting back into the whole you should have an actual. So, with that actual, you should have had the estimated next to it and a plus or a minus on how much they, brought in or they didn't bring in as far as revenue, if you're going to put the revenue on there, or how much you budgeted to pay out for something and how much it actually was. You should have those two right next to each other. And all those figures, but they don't have all of those figures.
Yeah, this is how cockamamie it is. Most of the time the expenditures are they're estimated and they're actual are usually the same numbers.
Well,
who estimates to the penny?
No, the actuals have been different, right?
Have they?
Yeah, but the estimateds have been different as well. I mean, on a good majority of what we've looked at, they've been different. I mean, there's a few of them that are the same, but there's a lot of them that just don't match up. So you would figure that the numbers would at least match up with the previous budget, in quotations, that they have out there. I mean, the numbers should match from budget to budget, and they don't. They vary, all three budgets, and that's just from 2020 to 2023.
Well, and they should go higher each year because of inflation.
Well, right. There's stuff there that should go higher and isn't going higher, but they pay out more. I mean, again, the numbers just don't make sense. That's why
if they figure 15% inflation, then that should be worked into the budget.
Again,
except for here, they pay way, they spend way under what a normal place would spend. This $15, $16 an hour for a worker, that's bullshit when you're looking for experienced people. You should be paying $25 and $30 an hour. Well, then you would have kept the people that know what they're doing here.
Vern, all of the office girls are making $16 an hour now. I mean, how much more do you want? I mean, Tyra didn't apparently take a raise either.
And you know what? And that's a trick too. Find in the budget how much you're paying for internet and see if we're paying internet for them, if we're paying their gas, if we're paying their water.
$3,000 is what's in the budget for internet and networking.
And it doesn't say where the locations are anywhere. And I've been
what you people trying to tell you is now Tyra, who's been there for over 16 years, is making the exact same thing as what Stephanie and fucking Sarah make.
Yeah, see, there's some perks that they're getting that no one's telling us about.
It's real logical, right?
Well,
Tyra has all the brunt and all the duty and all the responsibility and is getting the exact same pay as the other ladies in the office. And so Stephanie got a $3 an hour raise, Vernon. She deserves it, right? So
especially dealing with Vern, she deserves
all making the same. And now our utility workers end up starting out at more than what Derek finalized at after all those years. Just saying.
Yep.
That is the way it is.
It's ridiculous at the amount of bullshit. The attorney gave us a new word, cockamamie. And that's exactly what that budget is. Everything's cockamamie.
Well, and again, Vern, I'm going to make the point. Why could I get a 2023 budget, right? We're almost done with 2023. Why can I get a 2023 budget, but it's not on the website? But they put everything on the website. Like, you should be able to find all of your information on the website, right, Vern?
Right. They contradict themselves in everything they say. You know, oh no, we didn't do that, and then you see something where that they absolutely did it. You know, they don't know the truth. They don't know how to do it. Severe mismanagement is what I would call this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely gross neglect, mismanagement. This town has been run down so bad by these people over the last 16, 18 years that it's unbelievable. They can't even.
Well,
reservoir wouldn't be in the shape that.
They're claiming a budget of over $300,000 a year, so they can't be doing too shabby, eh?
Well, and I mean, we were going through that budget, right? And okay, so we'll start out from the beginning of that budget. I'll pull it back up here. Uh-oh. I must have backed out of it.
And you got the budget online now?
I am going to put the rest of it on Facebook. I've got the first page up, but I've got to crop all these pages and then put them up because I had to take screenshots of them. But I'm going to go back to this. So, total revenue that they made for the town in 2021, because we're only going to go off of the actual here. Okay?
Right.
So their actual revenue for 2021 was $359,000. I mean, $359,000, right?
Right.
928 cents. And then we go down to expenditures. And the expenditures was $359,000. $928. Sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? Hold on, I'll redo that. So the total revenue is $359,000. We'll just say that. We'll just go with an even, right? $359,000. But their total expenditures equals $359,000. The same exact total as the revenue.
Right.
And see, that's the thing. They don't need an audit, guys. They're so good that
they're perfect with everything.
You know, they don't need.
Where did you post that? I'm looking at the town of Aguilar.
No. I posted it on my page, just the one page, just the one page. Okay, and that first page, it's the general fund, right? And it tells you at the very bottom of it, total fund balance, right? That's your general fund. Your fund balance in 2021 was $181,000. Yeah. That's pretty much what the town has, is what I get from that. And then it says the total revenue from all of that for the year in 2021 was $359,000, $928. Right? And then you go down, I'll put up the rest of it, and it says general fund, total expenditures, same number.
Yeah, how can they be so good? You know, I've done a lot of bookkeeping for a company, my own company, but I could never forecast a budget to the penny. Never once, ever.
Well, then we've got the water fund here, right?
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
And the water fund, through sales from the town, from the town, you know, because they're not supposed to be selling water, Vern. We've already gone over this, but apparently they've got $186,000 in water sales, which would tell me, okay, so maybe that's the amount total from the residents on how much they're charging for water. Okay,
right.
So I'll let that one go. But then you have water hauler services, which they're not supposed to be hauling water. They're not supposed to be selling water to haulers. Nothing. That still came out to $6,397
as income.
As income. Now you've got the total revenue from this water fund The fund balance is $3,139. But the total revenue for that year was $224,000.
It's amazing that they believe that anyone's going to believe this. I'm not an accountant, but I don't believe a bit of it.
You know, there's more involved in all this. I mean, as far as the numbers are concerned, because not only do you have water hauler sales, but you have water hauler fees, which apparently they collected $4,200 of.
Right.
And I don't know how they get this as revenue, but apparently they got $15,000 for the USDA and the DOLA water improvement system. They got $15,000 for that.
$15,000 for a DOLA water improvement.
That's what it says. USDA DOLA water improvement system, $15,000. As income, as total revenue.
Maybe that's the money Mark was waiting to hit the bank.
Maybe.
You know, sadly, I wouldn't doubt it.
And then they go down after that. It goes to expenditures, operating expenses. And then you've got electricity, $9,594. Water testing, damn, they almost did $7,700 in water testing.
But,
professional consulting, $23.
We can't forget this though. You know, we got this good clip that explains it all. Oh, I don't know what
What'd you do?
there, but I don't know what it did there. That was weird.
Hey, how much
This clip
maintenance?
explains it
How
all.
much maintenance do they do on the Gonzales ditch?
All of it.
And brings in what needs to be brought in.
Yeah.
That's a job position. You know what I'm
We
saying?
can
Like,
call a meeting at any time.
Yeah, go ahead, Tara.
Go ahead,
So
Tara.
I want to make clarification here. You know, rumor of this money missing or whatever else that Vern has accused me of. There is no
Wait,
pre-paying for any.
But are you talking about
Okay, wait.
the gambling?
No, let me bring this up because
And then for the
This-
gambling
this
money,
would-
it's lottery money from the state, and that fund can only be used for parks, stuff, community center stuff, and then we also have the Huff Fund, which is only for streets, buying gravel and stuff and things like that. So all these accounts that come from the state, they're audited every year.
then let me.
They're audited every year.
And it's on the budget that we're audited every year, except for we're not audited. So explain that one.
Well, they paid
All right.
$2,029 for an audit in 2021.
Right? That never happened.
That never
So where's
happened.
the money? Where did the money go?
I don't know, but they're estimating in 2022 that they're not going to have to spend any money on an audit by the 2023 budget.
Well, that's
They
good.
approved a $2,000 budget for an audit in 2023.
But their last budget cost run them over 2,000, and then so they
Right. So the last budget
go
that they
lower
had-
on the number.
Right. The last budget that they had, let's see if I can bring it up here. Oh, that's got to go down. Maintenance, land, fire protection, insurance, blah, 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 blah. What am I looking for? Oh, the audit. That's right. I was looking for the audit.
See, I'm going to go back and watch your show on this one because I'm trying to push real hard for a meeting with the town council with 3 people on a committee, and this is exactly what I want them to answer.
Okay, so they approved a budget of $1,250 for 2021. And then they also approved $2,100 for 2022. But on the 2023 budget, they're saying that they didn't throw a budget. There was no estimated budget for 2022 for the audit. There's a zero there.
But they knew to save the money because they were going to definitely have one, right?
Well, I mean, if you put it in the budget, if you approved a budget of $2,100, that should show up in this budget underneath the estimated, because of course they have it underneath estimated budget of 2022.
Right.
But it still should show up. But it's showing up as a zero. Like, these are the things that
Zero.
that are what's conflicting a lot of people. I mean, hell, they've got the water attorney here for $2,061 for 2021. I don't even see the water attorney on here.
Look at the law enforcement benefits there, Bubba. Damn.
Yeah, law enforcement on that one, and then the law
Then we pay their
enforcement.
vehicles above that. We pay for their vehicles above that.
Yeah, we pay a marshal pretty damn well to do nothing. I mean, he's code enforcement basically.
Where did I see that?
And I don't think that a marshal here really has the authority that the regular police have. You know, he's more like he could see something done and he has to call the regular police in.
I know I saw it somewhere in here. Oh, that's because they put it into a different area. So, law enforcement, salary and benefits. 28,861. Right?
Close.
Right.
This one's 28.
And that one's hold on, that one's the actual of 2020.
Actually, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the actual to 2021 was 28,862.
Damn, they did close.
They only
right?
paid $1 more over a year? Wow, that's some good shit right there.
Right, especially since how it goes per call, right? So, like, I mean, they did really good there.
Oh, this whole thing's bullshit.
Oh, it is. It's bullshit because the 2022 estimated over, or the approved budget over here, the approved budget for 2022 says 32,000. And then the estimated budget over here says 31,153. But it does say the approved budget for 2023 is 32,000.
Tyra, come up and explain it to us. I know you're watching. Just come up and explain it to us.
I'd love to see that. You know she can't explain this. She has no idea. Barely got a high school education.
Well, regardless of her education, because I barely have a high school education myself, but still, this doesn't make sense to me. Like, this looks like somebody just threw a bunch of numbers in the columns and was expecting people to just say, okay, I'm good with it.
And copy them year after year.
Well, it's not even that they're
good.
copying
I mean,
them,
the
because if
numbers
they
all
were
match
copying
up.
them, at least you'd have the same, somewhat the same numbers.
I mean, the budget and expenditures match up. That's it. That's all that matters. End of story.
You know, Bob and I both tried to get them to put something down that you could understand, because on just their budget reports, the expenditure reports for the town that they get each month, it'll have a name, it'll have an amount, and you got no idea what was done. Like the SMG that I keep falling back on, 19,000. it didn't. It could have said what they done to get $19,000.
Well, and
she might
has
have
sent
paid
me,
them.
Well, she sent me something new too. Okay, so the 2022 budget here was different from the 2021. The 2021 only had so much stuff in it, and then a whole bunch more got added in 2022, apparently, and now a whole bunch more has been added in 2023, because not only do I have a budget for the general fund and the water fund, but now all of a sudden I have a budget for a gas fund.
And I don't have my glasses on, but the way I'm looking at this, it says total on approved budget, actual 1,500, estimated 1,500, approved 1,500.
Right, that's for your executive for the water fund. Let's go up to the water fund on this one and go to our executive. So our executive staff department is 500 across the board on what's on the screen. On the 2023 budget, staff development is 0. 0 for 2021. 0 for the estimated budget of 2022. And 500 for the approved budget for 2023. You have membership dues. Membership dues on here are 500 across the board. On the 2023 budget, you have 746 for.
Well, look under their projects. Now, this is crazy. USDA, DOLA, water system, something.
Right.
0 all the way across, nothing. Yet we're talking about this. They put that they have a $15,000 income on this thing. Man, this is ridiculous.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, you've got the water fund and the projects here, right? And it says the top one, the water system imp continued.
Okay.
That one on the 2023 budget has an actual of 383. And that would be for 2021. And then the estimated budget for 2022 was 811, and it's the same thing for, I'm sorry, I'm reading off the wrong number. Estimated, wrong number, wrong column. Estimated was 932 for 2022, and then the approved budget for 2023 was 500. So your numbers should match, right? Somewhere around there, because your estimated budget on the 2023 was 932 for that. So 2022 approved budget should read 932 on this budget that's on the screen. Because it was the approved budget. That's what you would put as the estimated budget. But
yeah, I'm looking at these numbers, man. This doesn't make any sense.
No. None of it makes any sense. And then we go down here to the USDA loan payment. This is right before you jumped in. We were talking about this, and I have that here. And the actual for 2021 was $65,840. That's kind of amazing, considering as how that was the actual for 2020 as well. And then that's also what they estimated for the rest of the year. Right?
Well, and there's no breakdown of what that 65,840 is.
No, there isn't. But look underneath, and it's the same thing on this budget, right? So all of those numbers match on both budgets. Fucking finally, I found numbers that match, right? And then you look underneath the next one. It's augmentation engineer. There's nothing there on that budget, nothing on the screen. But the 2023 budget, for 2021, they paid him $23,448.
Damn. Getting paid.
But there was no budget for that. There is an estimated budget for 2022 on here, and that's for $16,645. Do we see that on the budget that's on the screen? No, it's empty. So there's a lot of inconsistencies with the old budgets, the new budgets, and like I said, now I've got an extra fund to look over. Oh shit! Oh,
well, that
my
USDA.
Hold on a second.
USDA.
Hold on a second, Vern. Because not only do I have a gas fund, but I have a sewer fund as well. Where did all these funds come from, Vern?
Sure.
Well, they charge us a sewer fund on the water bill.
Well,
it's like $10.
Well, Vern, where is the sewer fund?
On the budget.
That's the
when
end of the budget.
Sewer, we can't make this shit up.
I'm gonna go up. You got your water fund. I'm gonna go up. You got your water fund. I'm gonna go up. You got your general fund. I'm gonna go up. You got your general fund, and you got your general fund. Even on the one prior to this, there was no sewer, and there's no gas fund. Where did these funds come from, and why are they just now popping up?
Well, I don't see where, you know what, they collect taxes on the water here, which they're not supposed to do. It's on my water bills, you know, and it varies in large amounts from bill to bill, but I don't see anything where the income of the town is collecting any taxes.
Well, and here's the crazy thing, Vern, because they've done an audit on the sewer fund, apparently. They did an audit in 2021, and that audit was $2,029. And the estimated is 1,875, which those numbers match. They match the top of this page in the water fund. I'm wondering, see, maybe this is why I was getting confused, because I was seeing a bunch of shit listed a bunch of times, and I'm wondering why. I'm wondering why there's bank fees in the gas fund. I'm wondering why there's uniform expenses.
Well, bank fees are overdraft things, and man, yeah.
I'm just saying,
and that one I was bringing up to you, that $65,000 on the USDA grant. Now, we had a USDA grant to do the Main Street project that they're paying, and they will be paying for the next 30 years. And that really doesn't explain what grant they're talking about on that. Is that a separate grant than the augmentation pond? Is it the Main Street project grant? You know, it
a
doesn't
part of the
explain
water
what
fund,
anything's for.
Just
a part of the water fund, Vern.
That's how this works.
Well, if it's part of the water fund, see, the Main Street project was to lay new meters and pipe all through Main Street. So it would be under a water fund, and the augmentation would be under water fund. So that doesn't really tell you anything of what's going on. You don't know what they're paying.
No, you don't know what they're paying.
And none of the papers explain any of it.
Well, I mean, it explains that it's an expenditure. Gas fund, gas sales, sales tax.
Man.
Okay, so gas sales, actual 2021, was 171,000 and some change. Gas purchases, which is an expenditure, is $108,000. They also have professional consulting as an expenditure, Why would expenditures? Why would city and state sales tax be underneath their expenditure? Because they have county sales tax underneath the gas sales as an income. I'm gonna have to post this up for everybody to look at. There's a lot of stuff here, like administration. Like they've got the audits listed underneath here. They've got insurance for their gas and property casualty, but I think they got the same thing up underneath the water. No, they must be paying different insurance on that. Those don't match.
Yep, it's a shit show.
43,703. And
I've
people
went
wonder
through a
what
lot
we
of
do all the
budgets
time.
before. I have never seen a budget wrote down like this. Never.
Neither have I, and it's really killing me. Okay, so in the gas fund, they also have staff development as $500 actual 2021. Membership dues $500. Employee training $500. Where did these membership dues and employee training and blah blah? Where did all this come from all of a sudden? I mean, this is a lot of fucking money to be.
I don't know where it come from, but I got no good idea where it went to.
I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Again, I've never seen uniforms, but you got $250 for uniforms here.
Are they talking about those orange vests?
Those don't cost $250. They have miscellaneous expense for $50. Employee IRA retirement, $900. I wonder which employee that's going to.
Right.
Not Derek. And that was all gas. Let's scroll down here. So you got your sewer charges. Transfers in, blah, blah, blah. So sewer charges, they've got an actual of $85,000 for income from, I guess, charging people for the sewer system. What's an office expense? They're spending $300 on an office expense for the sewer fund.
Ink is expensive.
Maintenance and equipment, $4,331. Have they fixed that augmentation pond yet? I mean, not the augmentation pond, the ship pond. Have they fixed the ship pond yet?
Yeah,
not that I know of. They
Normally
did?
They have spent $4,000.
If you close your eyes, it's fixed.
It's
Plug your
fixed if you
nose.
close your eyes.
Well, I think they got the new guy out there with the big hose stuck down in there, and he blows into the hose.
Oh, man.
Hold it down. I'll be back.
All right. They did an audit on that one, too, which matches the gas audit. I don't know. I think they're just repeating stuff in here. Like I don't think like half of this stuff is supposed to be in there. Like again, they have for the fourth time in this budget, they have telephone costs. And this one is $1,650 in the sewer fund. $1,000 in the gas fund for telephone service. $1,650 in the water fund. I'm wondering if they're just relisting this, but then again, they're putting all the totals at the bottom underneath. So it's like they're counting it 4 times, even though the numbers don't match.
Right. And to me, somebody, a certified bookkeeper or auditor is going to have to look at this just to explain it to us.
Yeah, because the numbers aren't making sense. I mean, you should have matching numbers on the previous budgets from the estimated and everything like that. Like, you should have matching numbers. And you've got mismatching numbers. You have it looks like multiple expenditures for telephone. Because they're all listed. Hold on. Let me make sure here.
Well, there shouldn't be any cell phones on it since the town doesn't give anyone a cell phone, which we know they do.
No, it's a different number too. So there's numbers next to everything, like the 01310, the animal control at the very top. There's numbers for everything. And all of these telephone charges are all different numbers on the budget. So you have one that's like, what is it? 03429 on this budget, right? And then you've got another telephone charge on here for an expenditure at 04429. So I don't know. I don't know if they're just recounting it and maybe that's just a number for the line, or see, this shit's really fucking confusing. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, even the way this thing winds out, it makes no sense.
No. But nothing makes sense with this place. I mean, hell, you can't make this shit up.
I've heard that somewhere before.
Right? You can't make this shit up, I'm telling you. Like, it's crazy. But I mean, we can go off on this all day, Vern. I mean, hell, we could probably spend 24 hours just on this, between going through the three budgets and like.
Well, you know what might be a good idea, since we got a little bit of money in donations, is take this to an accountant and spend a couple hours with them, getting them to explain this to us before we meet with the town council.
Well, I think that they would have to have a little bit more context behind this as well, just as much as we would. I mean, they'd pretty much tell us the same thing, in my opinion, that, yeah, those are expenditures. They'd probably be just as confused as why things are listed multiple times in the different funds. Like, it's like she took the same fucking thing over and over again. Like, the water fund, she changed to, like, water shells and da-da-da-da-da. But other than that, it's all pretty much the same. Insurance, staff development, membership dues. I mean, there's all these different freaking charges in here that should not be there, and B, don't match the previous budgets.
Right.
So, I can post the most current one onto Facebook.
Well, and I've got a few of the older ones that I could take to a bookkeeper.
Right.
Along with this one, just let them explain to me how this, what's the motive behind all this, and is that any kind of legitimate bookkeeping style? Which I know the answer already, but it might be nice to get a professional to look at it.
That's true. Might be nice to get a professional to look at it.
I didn't hear you. You're breaking up there.
What's up, Corey? It's probably my internet. I've been having internet issues all day, Vern. Keto? What's going on? Yeah, man. I mean, it's just been a crazy day on top of like all the stuff that we're coming across from the past and reliving a bunch of the old lies that we've been told, and just this new budget is killing me. I mean, that, and I don't understand why, since we're coming up to the end of the year, why we don't have the 2023 budget up on the website. They've got everything else up there. They can put up there at 10:30 at night that they've got permission to haul water in, but they can't put the 2023 budget up there?
Yeah, you know, that was a big cover up right from the start, and it seems like the state water department is sucking up right behind them. Because it wasn't it earlier today that you read a letter where that they done nothing but praise the town for how well they're doing?
Well, there was that meeting where, you know, they were all praising Tyra for fixing the gas bill and the water issues, and they gave her a big old round of applause. And that fell through really
this one was
quick.
Yeah, this one was this. I thought it was on your show, but this was where one of the water official water. What am I trying to say? Someone was praising her that was from the state water department, and it was like a real long letter of just all kinds of, you know, get off my leg type shit.
I don't remember that. I don't think that was ever on one of our shows, somebody praising her to fix the water. I mean,
Okay, I'll have to find where that is, because it was amazing that the state would praise her so much. And I think I heard it from Sam. So I'll get with him and figure out what it is and let you know. Because this one was really interesting.
Well, I think that we would have covered.
They were praising them for, you know, being on top of everything and working exceedingly well with them. And my remark to the whole thing was, well, you just paid a $3,800 fine. So does that mean that, you know, that's what they're praising you for, giving them extra money so that they could give themselves a Christmas bonus on us?
Again, I don't remember them. I don't remember like the water company or anybody praising Tyra. I do remember.
I'll get it to you. That, you know, is I know I'm getting old, but I did hear that today.
No. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, Vern. I mean, I could be forgetting it, man. I mean, Good Citizen sent me a picture of my own fucking live, and I'm like, whose live was that? So I get a bunch of shit confused.
You guys staying out of trouble over there?
Trying. I mean, we went back over the new budget and the old budget a little bit, and you know, compared a few more numbers that didn't match. And I think you missed it. I've also got a gas and a sewer fund with this budget, Good Citizen.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah, I just had to grab a bite to eat real quick, but yeah, I seen that shit. It's funny. It's just new funds popping up out of nowhere after a couple of years.
Right? It's just kind of crazy how all these new funds just start popping up every year. So, I don't know, Vern. It's just more and more to put out there. Hopefully more and more information to, I don't know, just try and prove the fact that this administration does not really give a shit about its citizens. It gives a shit about themselves and what happens to them. It doesn't care about what happens with the town. If they really cared about what happened with the town, this shit would have been done. It would have been done a long time ago.
I'm surprised that the town business isn't the town's business, but that explains it.
You're surprised?
Yeah, that explains it all.
Killing me over here. Surprised. He's surprised.
I said, oh yeah, how dare the people that live in Aguilar ask for the business town, and they want to know the town's business. How dare we ask that question? You want to know the business of our town? That's just not right.
Robert, I do believe
asking those kind of questions.
Well, I do believe people went in there, right? They didn't get their answers. They didn't get their questions answered.
So maybe I should volunteer to answer some of their questions for a small fee.
Yeah.
And I won't give them any kind of parameters. They could ask me questions about anything. anything
Well,
wrong.
I don't know. I think you might have to apply for the spokesman job. I mean, they did have one spokesman, but
Yeah.
I don't know. He couldn't manage it.
Yeah, he just couldn't manage.
No.
Yeah, the
No.
part-time dentist.
Yeah, that guy. You know that guy.
So I had this thought in my head, and I was thinking that we're probably gonna break up. And then when we break up, I think I want to get back with my ex.
I don't know if he's gotten back with his ex yet. I still don't know if he sold the fire truck.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Last I heard, his ex joined gladiator school or something like that. I don't know. I wonder if he's got any new curtains yet. I'm gonna have to go check that out here soon. See if he got rid of those curtains.
Yeah. Well, I thought he was supposed to be moving or something.
Maybe I'll have to take Vern next time. So, because they've compared houses online and stuff, but
Right.
What, me and Adam?
Yeah, we got to go have that barbecue.
Right. Yeah, I remember him saying something about how expensive his house was, and to me it's a little piece of shit, but...
Well, that's how expensive the houses are out there, man. Like,
right.
There's nothing underneath 400,000 right now that's like...
If I remember it, he was trashing my house, saying it wasn't worth anything.
Yeah, but, he doesn't realize that you live in Aguilar, where you could sell your house for $500,000 and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, $207,000, but...
Oh, well...
It'll burn down for $800,000.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's people out there in Aguilar that are selling like one bedroom, one bathroom houses
if they draw a
for like
swastika on it?
$750,000.
Well, if someone would draw the swastika and then burn it down, then it would be a federal thing.
Oh, yep.
So they're not going to do that. They don't want the feds in here.
Oh. I heard Adam's real good with the feds.
Yeah, didn't he work for him?
Yeah, I think he still does.
Right
He's
after he
still
got out
getting
of
paid,
prison?
that's what I
Yeah.
heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he worked as some kind of a officer on the border after he got out of prison.
Checking produce or something, right? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish you could come back on the show.
Oh, yeah, it was USDA.
Yep.
That's where he learned how to
USDA's
goose step.
Yeah. I wish
I
you'd
don't
come
know
back
about
on
that
the
one.
show, man.
Oh, he's too busy. He
He
ain't got
is.
time for us. He ain't
Right.
got time for us.
He's a busy man. With all that fame and stuff he's got going on.
Right.
It's not easy being cheesy.
Is he in your audience today?
Possibly. Possibly. We've got 5 people watching right now, and we did have a good amount of people watching earlier, but we have been going for about 5 hours. So why don't we do this? We're going to call it.
What the world's gotten to.
Everybody, thank you for coming in.
People like you.
I hope we gave you some more good information about what's going on in the town of Aguilar.
Oh, it is.
I told you we weren't going to stop. Weren't going to
With
stop.
the whole soul. The rich man knows the rich man.
Let me do some shout outs here. We had Keto and Kratom, Corey,
Give me freedom or give
Jason,
me death. To that we
Wandering
pledge
Hippie.
allegiances. We the people had enough.
We
It's
also
time
had
we
John
aired our
Nicola come up on the
grievances
show,
against
as
these
well
treason
as
and
Sam.
demons. So raise
Thank you
the
for coming up
alarm,
on the
'cause
show,
the pigs are
guys.
fully taking over on
We
this
had Conk,
animal farm. Don't
John
know
Tracy,
anymore. This world's gotten too
Blibbits.
cold to ignore. Shit, is it 2023?
We had the official
or
Lone Wolf,
1984?
Jose G
Thought
from
police up at my
Arizona.
door to open
We
fire
had
on me,
D-John's
but I'd
pop in
rather
for a little bit.
die on my feet than survive on my knees. And please We know how they looking at us from up at the top. The tougher they made it
also
for
had
us, the
Loose
fucking
Sun.
tougher we got. They thought they'd keep us scared forever, but fuck it, we not. We'll send
We
them
also
back
had
to north
MLH
of
in
Richmond
here.
in some cuffs or a box.
It's a damn shame. What the world's got
We had
to
Robert Avila in here.
people like me.
We had Kay
Wish
Swanson.
I could just wake up.
We had Jim Quintero in
But
here.
it is.
We had Gio in here.
Living in the new world. With an whole
Don't forget Slow Burner. West Side
Richmond,
Accountability.
North of Richmond, Lord knows they all
We also had Gregory and Divine
total
Sorcerer.
control.
Behind the politicians, there's a far more sinister villain that's power driven. Only
We had
answer to
Joko in
money
here.
is their religion. They controlling the way that we
We had
live, and
Devo's
keeping us
Weed
mentally stuck in a
Chronicles in here.
prison. So that the fire they know is rebellion never can spread whenever it's risen.
We had
They've been
Robert
seeing us
Wolf in
waking
here.
up, and now they fucking afraid. As
Just
we
a
the
guy
people
having
get
fun.
to see them through their fucking charade. We're being played by these elites who would rather see us enslaved as they lead us by the hand where the land's dug with a grave. And they could kill our character through stories they publish, or they'll just murder us and brand it as suicide to the public, or an accidental overdose.
And that
Print
was
the
it.
story, run it, say it's fact so people trust
Those
it,
were all the
accept it, and
shout-outs.
move on from it.
Oh, no.
But it's time to
Adam,
pick a side and
Adam,
get
we
to
know you
striking a
live
nerve.
in dark.
In any way we're
Right.
able, I'm fighting this fight with my words. And if they keep pushing, then fuck it, we inciting a purge. And just to
Everybody, thank you
think,
for coming
all
in
we
once
wanted
again.
was the rights we deserve.
We appreciate you sticking around for as long as
What
you
the
have.
world's gotten to for people like me.
We'll definitely catch
People
you
like
again
you
here soon.
wish I could just wake up
Once we
and
get some
not
new
be
information,
true,
which shouldn't
but
take
it
long. Usually only
If
takes
you're
about an
watching
hour.
back, if you're watching this back and made it
is.
this
With an
far,
whole soul.
fuck you.
Richmond, north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think.